Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. It's not quite 6 o'clock, but before we start our formal meeting this evening, and while we're going to have a civilized discussion and debate here, unfortunately, on the other side of the world in the Middle East, we have the situation in Israel and Gaza, most horrific, inhumane situation imaginable. And I thought it was important that as a council, as a community, we take a few moments to reflect on that. And I'm going to ask Councillor David Burton, who is our civic chair and also a lay reader on the Methodist circuit, to say a few words of reflection.
Thank you, Chair, and I do support your desire to just briefly have a moment of contemplation. And we're all decent people in this room, and I suspect we all feel utterly powerless at what's been happening. Gandhi once said that an eye for an eye will only make the whole world blind. And there's a lot of wisdom in that, and amid all the tensions, I think we all know in our heart of hearts that retaliation is not going to resolve this situation, and that's not taking sides with either group. So in your own way, whether you're a person of faith or not, this is simply a moment where as decent human beings we think of ordinary families, people that are caught up, those that are grieving, and we just can't comprehend, can we, in this room tonight, the anguish that so many human beings are going through at the moment. So we'll just have a moment of quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and thank you for your appreciation, everyone here this evening. So, welcome to all those here this evening, to this meeting of the Derbyshire Dales District Council Planned Committee, and welcome to those who are watching at home or elsewhere. Some introductions first. My name is Peter O'Brien, and I will be chairing the meeting here this evening, ably assisted by Councillor Sue Burfoot on my right, who's the Vice Chair of this committee. We have Chris Whitmore on my right, who is Head of Development Management at the District Council, again assisted by his colleagues Sarah and Adam. And we have Angela here on my left from Democratic Services, who will look after the procedural matters. And we have Jim sitting quietly in the corner there, who is responsible for the live recording of this meeting this evening. It is a live recording. If anyone feels uncomfortable appearing live, please let me know and we can make arrangements such that the camera is not on you at that particular time. If you haven't already seen, water is available in the lobby outside there. Toilets are along the corridor or downstairs. With no fire alarms planned for this evening, so if you do hear the alarm, please make your way as quickly as possible through the doors behind you and to the right and down the stairs, and don't use the lift. Right, so that brings us on to the meeting itself. First item are apologies for absence. Angela.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies have been received from Councillor Archer, substitute Councillor Shelley.
Thank you. Now we have to approve our minutes of the meeting on the 12th of September. Would someone like to move that? We do actually have one small amendment. Sorry, I should have pointed that out on page 15. To the approval of the traveller site not a unanimous decision stated in the minutes there, so perhaps we could agree to correct that. It was a majority decision there, so a little bit with that minor amendment. All those in favour of approving the minutes, please show. Thank you. That was unanimous. Anyone against? Any abstentions? One abstention. Sorry, it was not unanimous and one abstention. That brings us on to expressions of interest. Do we have any declarations? Councillor Dobbs?
Non-pecuniary interest in item 5.1, and I'll sit silently through that one.
Thank you. That is noted. Just to remind everyone here this evening then on the public participation, we have 3 minutes for those who wish to speak in support or against an application, likewise for representatives from the parish or town councils, and 5 minutes to speak by the applicant or their agent. We also will have a number of late representations which have arrived after the agenda were printed, and I'll refer to those as we get to each item when we allow members time to consider those. So, we have 10 applications this evening, so we've got a lot to get through. So we're going to start on our first application, which is an application which was deferred from our last meeting. This is for some alterations to the windows and doors to Birchford Moor Court in Roston. I believe we have the applicant to speak. Ms. Crutchlow, thank you. So you have 5 minutes.
Good evening. I'd like to start by thanking you all for deferring the application from last month's meeting, giving members the opportunity to visit the property yesterday. I think you could see that the property has already gone through many different phases by the differences of brick and mortar joints, whether that was during its time as an agricultural building or its conversion into a house. While we respect the SDP and fully understand its purpose, we feel what we are proposing are generally in accordance with the SDP, but it has been difficult as it was started by someone else at least 40 years ago when the SDP was not in place. Internally, the property is extremely dark because it has small windows and low ceilings, but we love the property and wish to make it our forever home. We simply wish to bring in more natural light in where the existing openings are already. A question was asked yesterday on site about materials which we will be using on the windows and doors, and I'd just like to clarify with the committee members that since we've spent a lot of time installing insulation to the property, we wanted to find replacements with an excellent U value to increase the energy efficiency. We've now found a timber product that conforms to this, so I'd like to confirm that we will use traditional timber and not as submitted, which was the timber look UPVC. Honourable David Lee was present at September's committee meeting and spoke in support of our submission, and emails of support have been sent by immediate neighbours at Birchwood Moor. We hope you'll be sympathetic and accept the modest changes which will be for the benefit of the property's sustainability and our family, whilst retaining the integrity of the building. And if approved, with the condition of the timber windows, it would have a limited impact on the surrounding area. Thank you for your time.
That's very helpful. Now I'm going to ask our planning officer. You, Chris. Chris will introduce the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep this brief. Members benefited from visiting the site yesterday to consider the quality of the existing building and whether they felt the alterations that were proposed as part of this application are detrimental to its agricultural character and appearance. You'll note from the officer's report that there's a number of alterations. The alterations that officers are most concerned about are the bifold or patio doors in the west elevation on the single-storey outshot at the rear of the main two-storey building, which replaces a single door, and also the replacement of the door on the south elevation at ground floor level with a pair of French doors. Both openings are considered to be out of keeping with this existing building, which was a former barn, and don't reflect its utilitarian character and appearance. Whilst the openings are openings that you may expect to see in an agricultural building, they're not unique or relevant to this particular building, would have served no useful functional purpose, hence why we're recommending refusal of this application in this case. I'm happy to take questions at this stage.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions from members?
Chair, Chris, can you just confirm for members who weren't present yesterday, I am right in saying that this barn is not listed?
No, it's not a listed building. It's a barn that was converted in the mid-90s and with character and appearance.
Councillor Hughes?
Thank you, Chair. It's not listed, therefore we don't need to maintain the exact appearance of the building. So isn't it true that it's a hypothetical agricultural building that you're concerned about, that you should be concerned about, if it continues to look like an agricultural building but different from this particular agricultural building? Isn't that possible given the special planning document? And agricultural buildings can often have double doors and large openings, which we have approved as having glass inserted into them. So as an agricultural building, couldn't it have a large opening with glass put into it as the applicant desires? And that's covering the bifold doors. And in terms of the other door, isn't it possible that for an agricultural building to have a wider door? And we don't need to preserve the exact features of this building because it's not a listed building. So as long as what is put in place could in principle be put into an agricultural building, doesn't it meet the needs of the special planning document?
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. When granting permission to convert buildings such as this in the countryside, we make an exception to normal planning rules on the basis that we accept that buildings of architectural and historic merit in the landscape contribute to the landscape character and are worthy of protection and reuse for some other purpose. Hence why we seek to protect their character, to protect their contribution to the landscape in that respect. It's a matter of judgment. I mean, the building in question has, as the applicant has already mentioned, undergone some alterations through conversion. You can see in the photograph there, and we're just having some technical difficulties with the presentation, but there is a chimney stack. I can't imagine that the original barn had a chimney stack, and it has undergone some form of alterations. If members were satisfied that the alterations in themselves didn't undermine the agricultural character and the appearance of the building to such an extent, they could legitimately conclude that it wouldn't be contrary to, or the alterations wouldn't be contrary to the supplementary planning document that we have that seeks to protect these buildings.
You may briefly.
As a further comment, isn't it valid that older buildings can be repurposed, and the repurposing should be the character of the building may change a little bit or a lot according to that repurposing. And I draw attention to a barn in Brassington where the applicant wanted to introduce a large window. This was 4 years ago, and we refused it because it didn't meet the SPD, and that building is still derelict in Brassington after 4 years, and it didn't meet the needs of the people who brought the planning application to turn it into a dwelling. This is a dwelling, it's not a barn. So can I ask whether whether it's reasonable to expect changes to be made to ensure that a building can continue to be used into the future. Thank you.
Yes, this building was converted in the mid-90s, so it's been used as a dwelling house for some 30 years. So the use of the building has been secured through conversion, and someone's lived in the property for a considerable amount of time on an as-is basis. Therefore, members need to satisfy themselves that further alterations to the building are acceptable in terms of meeting the requirements of our supplementary planning document in that regard.
Just like.
Thank you, Chair. Chris, my neighbour has got a barn conversion just not far from me, and he's similar one to what we're looking at, and he's got glass patio doors. I mean, I'd like to put those in, but he's also got wooden doors which come round to make it look like a barn when the wooden doors are closed. So that's acceptable to works best. I think Gareth took that one, and that was best.
Agricultural buildings do have a wide range of different openings. Often you'll find agricultural buildings with cart openings within them, large threshing door openings, and there can be a wide variety of different opening types. Those openings would have served a particular purpose. You have ventilation holes, you have hayloft type openings in these buildings, and they're all integral parts and important components of the building's character and appearance. It's whether those openings in this particular building, the proposed location, would have served any functional requirement. We feel as officers that they're inappropriately sited, and the building of this nature wouldn't have had those type of openings, and therefore it's harmful, or they're harmful to the character and appearance of the property in question. But it's very much a matter of fact and degree, and having regard to the building in question and the degree and nature of alterations that are proposed.
Can we make sure they're questions, please, Peter?
Observation quickly.
Can we please make sure they're questions?
Yeah, Chris. Is that door opening what he's got was allowed to have it? It wasn't there originally. So Gareth allowed him to have that door opening with the glass and let the wooden doors come round so it looked like a barn, so it wasn't original.
I'll have to take your word for that, Councillor Slabb, but it may be that type of opening for that building was considered to be suitable based on its former use and function.
Councillor Boynton.
Chris, do you have any details of the history of these? There are three buildings there. So I believe that actually there was one barn there originally that's been, that from that three dwellings have been created. So in other words, the majority of this whole building's actually never been used in any way as a barn. They've been made as dwellings.
Yes, you'll see in the relevant history section of the officer's report, there is a long history of conversion of buildings on this site. From our records, it would appear that both buildings there served an agricultural purpose, and the application involved the conversion of the building into two dwellings. But you can see through conversion that there has been some alteration to the building. The first floor windows in what I'd refer to as a principal elevation there, and the insertion of a chimney stack have altered the appearance of the building somewhat, and it's a matter of judgment as to whether you feel further alterations to the building would dilute or further erode the agricultural character and appearance of what remains.
Thank you, Councillor Bussell.
Thank you very much. I think I've just had my question answered.
Right, is Councillor Whitehead.
So, yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a very quick question, Chris. So it says that the applicant had gone into pre-application discussions with you, and you say in the report, you don't say the officer says in the report, the advice was not heeded. Could you let us know what the advice was that wasn't heeded?
I think it's fair to say we've reached a bit of an impasse in that the applicant has expressed an interest in trying to accommodate fairly substantial openings in the locations proposed, and as officers we feel that those openings are inappropriate. So we've reached a point in time where we've tried to express our views and made it clear to the applicant that we're unlikely as officers to be able to to support the changes they wish to make, but they've decided to proceed with an application, which is they're entirely in the right to do so. Hence why we've sort of worded the positive and proactive statements in the manner that's set out in the officer's report.
Thank you. We'll move into debate. You'll see we have still have a recommendation from our officers. The application is refused. Do we have a motion, please?
Chair, I'd like to move that we approve this application, and that we, in order to ensure that wooden windows are provided, we condition the provision of wooden windows in a style which would meet the requirements of the SPD in terms of being looking like agricultural windows, and but that would be done at the officer's discretion.
Chair, I'd like to second the motion. I was grateful for the site visit yesterday. It seemed to me that, ultimately it's a matter of opinion, and I genuinely feel that the applicant will not be harming this building. And I have to say, if I was in her shoes, I utterly understand what they're trying to achieve, and would want the benefit of the view that we saw from the angle when we went round the side. So I formally second the motion.
Thank you. We now have a proposer and seconder. I believe Councillor Lees, you want to make a contribution.
No, Chair. I was going to second it, but it's already been seconded, so quite happy.
Thank you. Councillor Burfoot.
Thank you, Chair. I think people listening tonight and those here will understand that as a planning committee we don't always agree with our planning officers, and that's why we have planning committees, and that's democracy. And on this occasion I don't agree with the officers. I agree with the movers of the motion. We went to see it yesterday. It's not a listed building, it's a lived in home, and it's not a barn. In fact, I found it difficult to see quite how it was used when it was a barn, but I think the proposals are reasonable, and therefore I will be voting for approval.
Councillor Buttle.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, I can see the point in having policies, and it saves us having to make all the decisions ourselves. So that's a really good thing to have policies. Actually, having that chimney on that building eliminates its barniness, if there's such a word as barniness. It hasn't got any barniness anymore, so I'm going to vote to support the motion, even though I support the policy, but I think it's too late for this particular building.
Thank you. Do we have any further contributions or amendments? If not, we'll proceed to the vote. Perhaps you could read out the proposal. Chris, can you do that?
The application proposal, or the
proposal from Councillor Hughes. Yes, please.
So to approve the proposed change, well, to approve the application with the condition that wooden windows are provided that would meet that will be approved at officer's discretion.
Thank you. All those in favour of that proposal, please show. All those against? That is carried. So the application is approved with that condition. Thank you. We'll now move on to first of a series of two applications for Hall Dale Quarry, Snitterton Road, Snitterton, just outside Matlock. The first, no, sorry, I've got the wrong one there. Sorry, the first application is for Reserved matters relating to the erection of 196 new dwellings, a cafe, restaurant, commercial units. We have two speakers at this application. First, we have Mr. Walker on behalf of Matlock Civic Association, who has 3 minutes. Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The applicants and the officers have enabled many improvements to the scheme since 2020, but I have to concentrate on 3 further improvements, which we, that is Matlock Civic Association, still believe to be necessary. Firstly, the 4 buildings comprising blocks X and Z are proposed at a prominent lakeside location close to the modest and traditionally designed buildings included in the proposal, including the attractively designed cafe, restaurant and social hub. The frontage width of Block X is about 60 metres, that's about 200 feet long, with a 13-metre depth. The 3 blocks Z also have a combined frontage width of about 60 metres and a depth exceeding 10 metres. They have 3 stories, and we consider that they will dominate the smaller traditional buildings close by. Rather than further increase the scale by spanning such deep buildings with a pitched roof, the designer has applied a crown pitched roof, which is a predominantly flat roof approach. This creates an even more incongruous appearance, including mansard type windows, which are unsympathetic to the relatively well-designed pitched roof buildings proposed nearby. It is hoped, Mr. Chairman, that the more traditional and less bulky blocks D, E and F proposed nearby can be displayed on the screen so that they can be compared with blocks X and Y, and their relative scales and designs can be appreciated. Secondly, the scheme also relies on fairly substantial ultra-contemporary cuboid designs to span steep former quarry steps. These can be satisfactorily assimilated where they are surrounded by generous areas of vegetation, but they are out of place where they are close to other forms of development which are respectful of the local sense of place. Traditional approaches can also be applied to span substantial changes in level. Thirdly, there should be a stepped pedestrian link between plots 25 to 26 so as to link the cul-de-sac head at plot 208. This would enable more direct pedestrian links between Snitterton road access and the western half of the site. Stepped pedestrian jitties are a feature of the local area and should be perpetuated. The proposal is therefore contrary to local plan policy PD1, which requires that all developments should contribute to local distinctiveness and sense of place, and developments are easy to move through and around, incorporating pedestrian routes. So, to conclude, we do not ask for the application to be refused at this meeting. Far too much progress has been made so far. But the consideration be deferred to enable the 3 substantive objections by MCA and which have been cited are remedied before permission is granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I'm sure our officers will address your well-voiced concerns there. We now have to speak in favour of the application, the applicant, Mr. Cavell. You have 5 minutes.
A number of years ago with the intention of doing a normal commercial type of scheme that we would undertake. Due to a change in circumstances, our ambition for this site has materially changed. What you have before you today is our plan to create what we believe is an exemplar, potentially award-winning scheme aimed at creating a successful, safe, sustainable, high-quality place to live and work, and perhaps more importantly, and to be able to demonstrate to others what is actually possible. In terms of the scheme, our plan is to create a new development as a feel of a village, with a village centre, with a cafe, restaurant, pond, green and play space at its heart, with a hierarchy of buildings, with designed traditional stone-built core with more modern design radiating out from the centre, creating a sense of place. In terms of our design, which has been the whole premise of this since we got rid of our previous proposals and from our reserve matters, and our materially different new proposal before you today was to have a design-led approach. So we instructed a different team of architects to look at a master plan for the site. We then had a series of mini competitions between different architects' practices and also between different architects who had proven specializations in certain of the elements, for example, some of the modern type buildings and some of those stepped buildings. They were then incorporated in our master plan and curated by the master plan architects to create something that made sense as a whole. We have tried to address some of the concerns that have just been expressed by the previous speaker, and a lot of the concerns we have been able to take on board previously. So we have, for example, been able to incorporate 2 other chitties that previously weren't in the plan as a result of the representations that we received and site discussions that we had. The third one that was mentioned, we've put to our engineer, and that just for practical is just too steep and these won't be able to work. In terms of the roof, we've gone through 2, maybe 3 different iterations of those taking on board the comments of the MCA. But we got to a point where we thought, and our architects thought, that the integrity of the scheme would be materially changed and would not benefit from the last final changes that have been sought by the MCA. But we have tried to engage with them as much as we possibly could. In terms of car parking, we have an oversupply of car parking in order to prevent car parking spilling out of the development. So what hopefully we'll see later. So in the commercial elements, for example, we've provided underground car parking, which makes no financial sense at all. But what that does allow is effectively a car-free environment around all of the commercial space, which then spills out into the core. We believe that we've got a good blend between the residential and commercial elements with a varied housing mix and maximising connectivity both out of the site connecting to the footpath FP90 and also within the site. We've worked positively with Derbyshire Wildlife Trust to maximise biodiversity net gain. So we are positive in terms of the full application. We've maximised habitat creation, and we've gone to lengths, for example, instead of including normal rear fencing that you would have on most plots, we've got rid of all of that and we're proposing hedging. So we've got 6.5 kilometres of double width hedging in terms of rear gardens, just by way of an example. You'll obviously be concerned about track record and seeing if this development happens. I fully appreciate that you weren't heard of myself or my companies. We've been active for over 25 years. Over that time, we've completed over 3,500 units, all on brownfield sites. We have never sold a site. We have a 100% track record on deliverability. We actually work with local councils in terms of delivering difficult brownfield sites, and we're actually working with 2 neighbouring councils at the moment. One part of my business is listed buildings, and we've probably saved and converted more listed buildings in the country over the last 25 years than anybody else. It's just an example of the kind of difficult things that we do. It's obviously an important strategic location. Giving consent today would be a positive contribution to both new housing and local employment. It would be a sustainable scheme. Every house would have electric chargers. Every house would be super insulated. Every house would have air source heat pumps. All the commercial buildings would be built to BREEAM very good standard. The owners would be part owners of the management company that would be set up to manage some of these communal spaces going forward. And we find this is a very good mechanism to maintain long-term quality of schemes, give people a sense of community and a sense of people being invested in an area. It's been suggested to us that we work with a local liaison group during the period of construction, and we think that's a good idea, and we have no problems with that. We have a relatively narrow window of opportunity to make this site happen, just the practical difficulties we have of construction these days. And if we get consent today, then I can give you the categorical assurance that we would be subject to getting any pre-commencement conditions discharged. We would be on site by spring of next year. We very much hope we'll be able to support this hopefully exciting scheme, which will allow us to make a quick start on this important brownfield site. Thank you very much.
Thank you again for a very informative presentation. Chris, over to you to talk us through the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This is a significant development, a site that's allocated in our current local plan for 220 dwellings and 2 hectares of commercial floor space. This application is one of 2 applications, so this is an approval of reserved matters for the erection of 196 dwellings, a cafe, restaurant and 4 commercial units. So the image or the plan that's on the projector currently, the area outlined red represents the extent of this application. So the approval of reserved matters part is as outlined on red in this plan. The application falls within the scope and the parameters of the original outline permission, which gave permission for the quantum of development when considered in conjunction with the parallel full application that's also before members at this meeting. As the applicant has pointed out, there has been extensive and protracted discussions with officers about this development in terms of delivering what we consider to be a high quality design-led, architect-led scheme, which will deliver the aspirations and the requirements of the strategic policy in our plan relating to this site. In terms of talking you through the development, we have considered connectivity. Connectivity is a real challenge with this site. We're essentially dealing with a former quarry, which is a bowl within the landscape with some fairly severe quarry faces to deal with. And where we can or where we could improve connectivity to the site, we have sought to achieve and deliver that. And this plan, where you can see the blue arrow, shows the connectivity through the site itself. And what you'll struggle to make out, but on the northern side of that particular plan, there's a proposal to connect to one of the footpaths, the existing footpaths, and there are a network of those around the perimeter of the site. But there's a proposal to connect to footpath number 90 and Matlock on the left-hand side, beyond the first commercial building at the site entrance. There's also a potential future link on the extreme northern side of the site to connect to another footpath. But we do accept the vast majority of movements to and from the site will be via the main service road, which will utilise the existing access that members enter the site using yesterday. The site is within approximately 700 metres of Sainsbury's supermarket. The topography is challenging and there is an incline from that existing facility. Adjacent, obviously, Sainsbury's supermarket is the bus station and the train station. So we feel that in sustainability terms, this site is well related and connected to key infrastructure in the town. You'd have opportunities to walk and cycle to public transport, including access to buses and trains to Derby and other areas. So we feel that it's a sustainable form of development, and we have tried to maximise connectivity where we can. This plan just gives you an example as to how this site has been carefully considered in master planning and design terms. So each of those coloured areas represent different character areas, and the development is basically designed around a development heart, which comprises the flatted developments, the cafe and restaurant use, and also some of the commercial buildings, one of which is in the design and style of a manor house, which I'll come on to shortly. So within this, beyond the central commercial or the heart of the development is then mainly residential development with further commercial development located to the southeast of the site. But you've got transition areas, you've got a traditional, what I'd refer to as a traditional heart, you've got traditional properties on the approach to that heart of the development. So you've then got a transition to traditional built forms with contemporary detailing, and then you've got a transition where the levels are most challenging to overtly contemporary design, where you've got boxes which are cantilevered over one another to make the most of the severe difference in levels. So it's an interesting and bold design approach to redeveloping this former quarry. This gives you an illustration of the type of traditional buildings that you'd see on the approach towards the heart of the development, and this is looking back towards the main access road into the site. You've then got an example here of the transitional properties. So these are buildings that have traditional form with contemporary detailing, and then you've got the overtly contemporary design of dwellings where you've got the most challenging levels. This is one of the commercial buildings. So the termination of the main service road into the site. This will be the focal building at that point, and this is presented in a traditional manor house style. It's referred to as the manor house property. That will be a commercial building. This gives you an artist illustration of the core of and the heart of the development. So you've got gatehouse properties, you've got flattered development beyond, which you can see in the background, and you've got the cafe and restaurant building with an open aspect over the attenuation feature in the centre of the site. This is one of the flattered buildings. So you can see here it's 2-storey with a 3-storey tower in the centre and accommodation in the roof. Has a crescent or a curved plan form, quite an interesting building that looks out onto one of the attenuation ponds. You've then got an illustration here of some of the other flattered buildings in the centre of the development, again 2-storey with accommodation in the roof. You'll note the comments from Matlock Civic Association with regards to the roof form and whether that's an appropriate form within this area and in the context of the wider town. Officers have worked quite closely with the agent on this to try and ensure that building forms are as traditional as they possibly can be in the traditional core of the development. We're satisfied that any perspective of the roof forms at pedestrian level and from within the site will be of a pitched roof, albeit we accept there's a flat roof section in the centre of the roof. We don't feel it's a true mansard in that the steepness of the hipped ends does present a more traditional hipped roof form at pedestrian level. We feel that it is an acceptable compromise in design terms in this particular case, bearing in mind that we're dealing with a property or flat blocks of significant size and depth. This gives you a further illustration of some of the commercial developments. So in the image at the bottom there, you can see the side of the manor house building, a separate building referred to as the barn behind that, and then you've got the stables block behind that, and we transition to then the more contemporary design on the periphery of the site where you've got development adjacent to quarry faces, and we'll come on to an elevation of that later on. But you can see there quite a bold design-led approach to redevelopment of this site. This isn't a mainstream house builder that we're building out the site. It is architect-led and a bespoke development. Just giving you a few photographs there from within the quarry. Members will have noted from visiting the site yesterday, the site is currently well vegetated. It's been abandoned as a quarry for some years, and there's been some real rewilding within the quarry over more recent years. The intention is to retain a lot of the woodland planting around the quarry, to supplement that woodland planting with tree-lined streets, to have extensive amounts of hedgerow planting around properties, to try and create substantial green corridors and green network through the development. The applicant has already indicated that the development does deliver a biodiversity net gain, but only in respect to the full planning application part. So there is a net gain delivery in respect of that part of the development, but that doesn't form part of the consideration of this current application for approval of reserved matters. We're happy as officers that the scheme as presented is of high design quality. We feel that it makes the most of the opportunity this site presents. It is very unique in its a bowl in the landscape and on a hillside. It responds positively to the geography and the constraints of the site in terms of levels. The applicants tried to make the most of levels rather than undertaking significant earthworks to create level or development platforms to make construction easier. They have tried to work with the constraints, and that has resulted in a high quality development, and one that can be accommodated in the landscape without significant adverse impacts on both landscape character but also the setting of the Peak District National Park Authority. So we're happy the development is acceptable in design terms. We're recommending approval of the application. We think it's well thought out and well considered. I'm happy to take questions at this stage.
Thank you, Chris. And I'm sure we all appreciate the scheme is significant enough to merit that level of description. Thank you. Councillor Hughes, you have a question.
Yes, Chair, thank you. And can I come back in debate as well? It's a technical question, and it is comparing the conditions in this application with the next one, and there's a significant difference. I'm assuming that's because this one is a more detailed, the proposal is more detailed, and you've taken that into consideration. Otherwise, I think, for example, condition 22 about drainage is not from the next application, isn't in this one, but then there is a drainage plan. So
yeah, that's a good question, in that the outline permission is very detailed in terms of dealing with contamination, land drainage, and we consulted. You'll note that the lead local flood authority on this application didn't comment, because they know that the details are subject to approval in respect of that outline permission. But we have consulted them on the full application, because that introduces a greater built volume, and they need to be satisfied that the land drainage scheme can be delivered, which will ensure that there'll be no flooding on site or flooding elsewhere. And with what's been presented, they're satisfied that that's the case. But they've recommended bespoke conditions in respect to the full, because it's already covered on the outline in respect to this application.
Thank you, Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. Chris, it's quite difficult, isn't it, to split into... It's 240 properties altogether on both applications, is that correct?
It's 220 in total. So the allocation is for 220. The outline permission was for 220. It's 196 within the application site area that form part of the original consent on the site.
What's your 106 agreement on this site?
It's set out in the officer's report. So the outline permission considered the viability of the development, and it was found that there's, as you'd expect, significant abnormal costs associated with developing a site of this nature. The earthworks alone at the time of assessment of this application were in the region of £6 million. So there's significant abnormal costs associated with the development, which meant at outline stage the development was only a viable proposition without any affordable housing contributions, with very little developer contributions. The developer contributions that were secured were related to highway matters, so monitoring of travel plans, highway improvement works, relatively limited amounts of contributions.
So, just come back to you. So there's no affordable housing at all?
There's no affordable housing, no, proposed as part of this application, but that was determined as part of the consideration of the outline application.
Can I come back in debate, Chair?
Councillor Whitehead.
You sort of answered my question, because my question was exactly that. How can we have a scheme this large and have absolutely no affordable housing? To me, this is a really exciting, wonderfully designed scheme, but it's missing a key element, which makes it very difficult to support.
It comes back to essentially the application being approved in outline already, and the viability of the development. It comes down to economics. If it's not a viable proposition, the development won't come forward.
Councillor Dobbs.
Thank you, Chair. Picking up on the S106 theme, when the outline permission was granted, I think it was in June 2016, there was no mention of education contributions either. So if there were going to be any, they would have been put in at that point. Is that correct?
That is correct. And interestingly, on the full application, the Education Authority have suggested this capacity within the primary and secondary schools, but that's, that I'm sure that might feature in discussions later on in terms of assessment of other sites in the area.
Councillor Burfoot.
Thank you, Chair. 2 or 3 questions, if I may. Am I correct that the roads on this site will be built to adoptable standards but will not be adopted by the County Council? and therefore we'll have a management committee. Do we know the reason for that?
Yes, the intention is that the main service road and where it connects to the to Matlock Spa Road, that part of the highway will be adopted, but beyond that, the intention is that the roads will be built to adoptable standards. Not entirely, because there's elements or there's parts of the development site where the levels are so severe they can't achieve the gradients that the highway authority would expect in order for them to be able to adopt the roads. There are some very localized areas where, strictly speaking, the development and its layout wouldn't meet adoptable standards, hence why a management company will ultimately be responsible for management and maintenance of the roads. The developer has indicated that some of the commercial properties on site may ultimately be retained by the applicant, and it'd be in their interest to ensure that the road infrastructure and residents' interests who will purchase properties on this site are in or maintained to a high standard, and they would have control over that, and money will be pulled towards ensuring any improvements to the road or any deficiencies are corrected, as well as general management of soft landscaping and wider public open space serving the development.
Another question. So I did mention on site the attenuation ponds. Now, we've seen on the plans that they are to be a feature of the site, of this development, in terms of, you know, people sitting at the cafe and overlooking a pond. But I don't know whether the developer is aware that certainly on one site in Matlock we've got an attenuation pond that is just basically a dried up hole that no one would want to sit and look at. So how can we be sure that you know, there will be what we're being told they're going to be, which is a pond?
Yes, we can rely on the outlet, which is at a higher level, so water will be retained in the features, and the applicants confirmed that the attenuation features will be lined and the outfall at a particular level, so water, when it reaches that level, will then outfall to whether it's a watercourse, the sewer, whatever the destination is, so we can be reassured that there will be water held in these features on site.
Okay. I hope the developer's listening to that one. So if this application is to be approved, I mean, I have to say it is a really important application in terms of Matlock. Could we ask the developer to go into some discussions about some of the issues that have been raised by Matlock Civic Association and other people?
Quite significant number of revisions have been made, and the applicant has met Matlock Civic Association on site to try and work through some of the design issues that they've raised. One of the dilemmas that the applicant's got is with some of the buildings, some of the flatter buildings, in their address to members, they've mentioned that the property depth or the building depth is a constraint, and to have a traditional pitch on a building with substantial depth either results in a really high roof, or it results in a roof with a shallow dual pitch, which in itself isn't a traditional built form. We feel that the hipped ends to the flattered buildings at pedestrian level will result in a traditional built form that we're comfortable is reflective of tradition and local character. The building block Y at the site entrance that originally had a mansard roof, for example, that's being replaced with a dual pitch. So that at the site entrance is now a traditional built form, and a lot of the mansard and what I'd refer to as the incongruous detailing on some of the building designs has been revised so that the development more closely reflects local tradition and character.
Final one, if I may, Chair. This development, if approved, would be seen from widely across Matlock and certainly from across the valley. So, sounds like I hope it isn't a ridiculous question, but I hope we've not got any what I call shiny roofs, which are going to, you know, be quite visible from across the valley.
There is a condition on materials. I think we need to accept that there will be views of some of the buildings from certainly Matlock Bank and Hackney direction from across the other side of the valley, and the fact that this site will be built out in this manner and streets will have lighting, etc. Again, is something we need to think about in terms of illumination of the night sky and an impact on tranquility and on landscape. So I think we need to think about lighting, an appropriate lighting scheme for the development, and we also need to think about appropriate materials where there will be views at higher levels. Contemporary house types are proposed, and where you've got on the upper stories where you've got glazing and you've got cladding, I think we need to think about anti-glare, anti-reflective qualities. So you'd want a matte finish to the sheeting that's used. We want to give careful consideration to that, and also the glazing, whether we look at anti-glare or anti-reflective glazing for the upper stories, which will be visible. Now, they're all matters of detail that we'd have to consider in respective conditions.
Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Chair. Very similar to Councillor Burford's question, actually, on the roads. Could we not condition that these roads were built to highway standard, even if they weren't adopted, wherever practical?
Yeah, we know based on the layouts that and the construction, the proposed construction of the streets, that they are largely to adoptable standards. There's only small areas where the gradients are such that they wouldn't meet adoptable standards currently. So we can be reassured that the vast majority of the streets and the roads through this development would be built to that standard, and we can control the phasing of development to ensure that the final treatment of the road surfaces are constructed and the footways and everything else are delivered prior to occupation of last dwellings or commercial properties within that phase.
So we could condition it then that they would be built to adoptable widths and footpaths to adoptable widths and the roadway to adoptable widths, because we've had sites in the past where they've been developed and the whatever party it is have gone away, and then the roads have been left with the responsibility of the owners of the properties, and nobody will adopt them because they're not wide enough for footways and roadways. So it'd be nice to just put that condition in that safeguards the residents that will be buying these very exciting, looks a very good development, exciting development, and quite an expensive development. So it'd just be nice just to have that reassurance that these roads, footpaths are going to be as good as what they could ever be to be adopted at probably a later date. And I noticed we've got, when we talk about affordable houses, I noticed we have got 69 two-bedroomed houses, which is as close as we're going to get to affordable houses on this site, because it's an expensive development, and it's nice to see that we have got 69 two-bedroom ones. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wakeman.
Yes, through you, Chair. The thing that concerns me with this application, it looks a good application, but as many of councillors will know that come along Matlock Road, the sewerage pumping station, can you guarantee that that will take it? Because at the moment that pumping station can't take what it's got. It's out of action at least once a month. And now you've got another 220 properties going onto it.
Yes, the developer has made inquiries with the water company, and they've indicated that there is capacity to accommodate the development. But as part of constructing this site, the properties won't be able to use the properties without making a foul connection to the drainage network. And if there's a requirement to upgrade the existing infrastructure, that would have to happen. It may delay ultimately delivery of the site, but that's not a planning issue, because the water company is obliged to accommodate foul flows from new development. It becomes an infrastructure issue, and they should be planning. The water company involved in the local plan process, so they know where development's planned in our area and should be upgrading their infrastructure accordingly.
Sorry. Is there anything we can put condition in there to make sure they can't build the properties till that's done?
Well, they won't be able to anyway
They won't
because
be able to.
building regulations wouldn't allow them to. They'd have to make appropriate foul connections before buildings could be occupied.
Councillor Maelstrom.
Yeah, I've got a question about the housing mix. I'm just looking at the two tables on page 70 of the pack, which is paragraph 728 of the report. It says that policy HC 11 states that the proportion of 4+ bedroom houses on a new build development should be 5%. By my calculation, the proportion of 4 and 5 bed houses in this is over 50%. So from 5% up to 50% is a massive difference, a massive tilt in favour of 4 and 5 bed houses compared to the usual policy. And I was wondering if you could clarify how you arrived at the recommendation that that's an acceptable mix.
Yes, there's two things to consider there. The outline permission came forward ahead of the policy in the local plan, but also the outline permission was accompanied by a viability appraisal, and the viability appraisal made various assumptions, including housing mix across the site, and that's why there's a specific condition in the outline that requires development to be in general accordance with the housing mix that was considered when this was tested against viability criteria. And we're happy there isn't a significant variance between what was set out in that viability assessment and what's now proposed. We recognise there's a skew towards larger house types, but that was recognised when this development was tested against viability criteria.
Sorry if I can just come back, Chair. So since the viability assessment went through, the number of 4 and 5 bed houses has increased again, though, hasn't it, in this application?
It has, but the number of 2-bedroom units has gone up as well. So we're happy that there isn't a significant variance to warrant, or for us to say that the housing mix is unacceptable in this case.
Councillor Shea.
Thank you. I'd like to echo Councillor Wakeman's concerns about the sewerage outflow. I mean, anyone who has experienced the A6 recently will be aware what chaos and congestion this is causing. I appreciate this is something that we have reassurance from you, Chris, that Severn Trent Water will have to take this on. I would like to hope that this is a question really to you, that those discussions will be taking place, even in advance of the build, so that we can be assured that there will be sufficient investment in infrastructure to cope with that. My second question is a much shorter one. It's just observing the public footpath connections onto the site there. I know the developer said that there were 2 which are particularly highlighted on the map there, but I'm noting in 515 and 516 in the report the concerns of the Ramblers, Derbyshire Dales Group, and the Northern Footpaths Association. They seem to have some concerns that those connections aren't going to be clear or guaranteed. I'd just like to seek reassurance that that is actually the case, please.
So just addressing the first question first. As a developer, it's in your interest to ensure that you can make foul connections. No developer is going to build out a site not having made those inquiries with the water company, because if connections couldn't be made without investment in the infrastructure, that could take many years for that to happen, and you'd be carrying out development at risk in that respect, because the buildings you'd be building wouldn't be capable of occupation. So it's within the developer's interest to ensure that they can make foul connections. At the same time, when we plan for new development, we engage the water company. They're aware of our housing needs, our employment needs. They know broadly where development's going to be located. This is a strategic site in our local plan. It's been a site that's been approved at outline stage for many years. So it's a site certainly that they're aware of and should ensure that their infrastructure is capable of accommodating the foul flows from this development. Addressing the second question, just to be absolutely clear on footpath connections. So the intention is that a new footpath connection will be made directly onto footpath number 90 Matlock, The footpath at the extreme north of the site is a potential future connection, but it does involve third-party land, so an access will be made to that point of the site, but it won't result in an actual connection being made to the footpath because of the intervening land between the footpath and that connection from the development site. So you've got improved connectivity through the site itself, a physical connection to footpath number 90 on the northwestern side of the development site, and then you've got the vast majority of movements, be it pedestrian or walk, cycling movements via the main sort of spine road into the development.
Thank you, Councillor Buttle.
Thank you. I think you've just answered one of my questions, Chris, which was about what happened to footpath 90 and whether or not it was linked into footpath 106. You're saying that there's a third party involved in that, and the two are not connectors, and it needs a third party landowner to agree that.
Yeah, so the connection to footpath 90 can be made. The footpath connection to the extreme north can't be made to the public footpath. It can be made to the northern boundary of the site, but then there's intervening land between the footpath and this connection. So it relies on, agreement to form the footpath over that third-party land.
Do you know if any inquiries have been made?
I think the developer has made inquiries, but we can't guarantee its delivery as part of this development.
Okay, thank you.
But we are future-proofing, that possible connection.
Great, yeah, that's great. I'm really impressed with your presentation because this is a monster of a thing. And there's thousands of pages, and I've read through quite a lot of them. And to actually have your head around it is really quite impressive. How long have you been working on this?
I actually took this application from Gareth Griffiths, so Gareth Griffiths can take quite a bit of credit in dealing with this application and delivering, I suppose, helping to deliver the developments before members this evening. But it's been some 5 years in the making. It's a significant, 3 years in the making. It's been some significant time spent on this particular development.
Right, so you've probably had time to work out whether or not it's going to the attenuation pond is going to go into a combined sewer or a separate drain that goes directly into the river. Do we know which way that's going?
The developer will have to meet the drainage hierarchy, and we're not ruling out one preferred method of drainage discharge at this moment in time. What we are satisfied about is that there is appropriate attenuation on site, so that discharge to whether it's a watercourse or whether it's to the drainage network will be at controlled rates, no greater than greenfield runoff rates.
Right, so the calculation that you made for the site of the size of the attenuation pond and the difference between the overflow into the river and it draining off at Greenfield site, that's what, 4 inches of rain, is it, or an inch of rain? How much rain is it actually designed to take?
I can't give you an exact measurement of the amount of rain, but what you've got to consider is that the attenuation basins on site have been designed to accommodate the development, so greenfield runoff rate plus climate change, and there's a 30 or 40% increase in capacity which is built in for climate change. So you could argue that offers betterment in that respect, and it attenuates water and discharges it at a controlled rate to either a receiving watercourse or a sewer if that's possible. But the sewer is the least preferable method of water disposal.
Yeah,
infiltration is probably unlikely on a quarry site of this nature, so it would, I'd have thought, be a receiving watercourse.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Have we made any steps towards using grey water systems to reduce the overflow or to reduce the total flow?
No considerations as directly. Obviously, the applicant has indicated the properties or the buildings being built to BREEAM very good standards, and also has said that each property will have an electric charging point. It'll also have they'll have air source heat pumps. We could, in terms of securing those measures, we could condition that, and we could condition measures to harvest rainwater within the individual plots and properties if you felt that was important.
is that actually available to us? We can change the detail of the plan at this late stage for them to actually start using grey water in their grey water systems.
Well, I think rainwater harvesting in terms of water butts and things, I think it couldn't change the nature of the development that's been applied for in terms of building designs. But if there's ways in which you could collect rainwater and use it within individual properties, and we can explore that in terms of whether it's possible without changing the development.
To do that if that's possible. If we could just reduce a little bit of the flow, a little bit, sort of reduce the amount of wastewater going to the sewers, that would be great. I don't know if I need somebody to help me move that one. That would be nice. And I've got a final question. Section 106 payments, we're not taking any money out of this system because out of this development because it's an expensive development and they don't have the headroom for us to snaffle a bit. I'm wondering if we can pay them to turn some of these into affordable homes. Is that actually possible? You know, like if we would normally charge £45,000 to not have an affordable home. Can we pay them £45,000 to have an affordable home?
In theory, that is possible, but it's not something that we can, insist on as part of our assessment of this application. But as an authority, there are grants and money available towards, purchasing affordable properties, whether it's for refugees, people in local housing need, and it may be something that we could explore as a council, but it's a corporate decision rather than a planning decision. We can't require it as part of the assessment of this application.
Thank you very much. I think that's everything dealt with.
We have a final question from Councillor Shelley.
Sorry, yes, I've just seen another reference in here. There's an officer request for Section 106 money in relation to play area provision. It seems to be a hanging question in the report here. I'm afraid I've lost the page where it's referred to. It certainly doesn't feature as a condition recommendation, and I just wonder why that's the case. Otherwise, it seems likely that the children, presumably there will be some children on this very expensive site, will be playing in the ponds.
I don't think they'll be playing in the ponds, but they will be playing beside the ponds because there is a dedicated play area that will serve this development. It is its own place, if you like, and you'd expect a development of this scale to have its own play facilities, and there are play facilities proposed and which would be approved as part of this application.
I can't find the paragraph now, but 55. Yeah, it's just there's an officer comment that there doesn't seem to be a play area there.
Yes, it's on the plan that's before you. You've got the cafe restaurant use, and there's a play area, an equipped play area next to that. So it's within the central heart of the development. In terms of the request for a developer contribution, we can't request a developer contribution in respect of an approval reserve matters application, but we are delivering the play area on the site in this case.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, members. I think we had some very searching questions there, and thank you, Chris, for the way in which you answered them. We're going to now move into debate, and I think we have three eminently sensible suggestions which came forward from members. One was relating to requirement that roads and footpaths are constructed to adoptable standards. One related to the use of grey water. One related to the council facilitating the provision of affordable homes. So I'll leave that with you as we move into debate. The recommendation on the application is for approval. Be helpful if someone could move a proposal. Councillor Lees.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move the proposal.
Me to it, Chair. We're going to move something straight away, but you beat me to it. You should let someone else move it before.
I apologise. I noticed Councillor Lees wanted to move first.
I did ask when I asked questions that I could come in debate. And Councillor Hughes also asked. that we could come in debate. So we should have really been first.
I'm asking for a mover and seconder before we move into debate.
Am I still talking, Chair?
You are, you are indeed.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't realise I'd pushed in Councillor Slack. But, yeah, no, I would like to move these officer recommendations subject to certainly the highways issue being added on. Well, in fact, all of them really. I'd like to move it with all those recommendations added on to the as a condition.
Thank you. Do we have anyone prepared to second that? Councillor Buttle.
Thank you very much. As two of those are my suggestions, I'm definitely up for it. Thank you.
Modest as ever. Can we now move into debate? Councillor Slack.
Right, thank you, Chair. This is a very upmarket, lavish development. Well, a lot of money is being spent here. It's a vast lot of money, and there's no 106 agreement. It's amazing, really. There's no 106 agreement because you might say it's a difficult site, but Old Dale is not as like Corder. It's completely different to Corder. There was never any chemical works, or it was just a stone quarry, and the stone was taken out and went to Corder to be reprocessed and coated. So it was a dry stone quarry, really, and there's no chemicals whatsoever there. So the suggestion that it's a difficult site to work is not right. It's a much easier site. It's a solid rock site, which will be easy to build on. So it doesn't hold water at all. It's a difficult site. So there should be a 106 agreement here, without a shadow of a doubt about it, in my opinion. And I was going to move it before I stopped for a deferral. So we could renegotiate a 106 agreement, plus the Matlock Civic Church suggestion that it needs more deferral to discuss different aspects. So, and also the grey water needs to be discussed. So all the matters could come under a deferral and renegotiate and look again at the 106 agreement. So I'd like to move that, Chair.
It's always open to you to move an amendment, Peter.
I'll move amendment then.
Do we have a seconder for that amendment?
Yes, I'll second that, Chair. And the reason I'll second it, the presentation was excellent, and there's no doubt this is a very high quality, exciting scheme. But there is for me an uncomfortableness, and that is around the issues that Peter has raised, because ultimately some of us are about social cohesion. We have an opportunity here, I would have thought, to have really done something a bit more progressive for the youngsters, the people that are only on 23, 24 grand a year. This is wonderful. The people that can afford these sort of properties, I do like the mix, but I'd have thought it was achievable that there could have been certainly space for some of the local need situations. So I support Peter's motion.
I'd have Councillor Dobbs waiting to speak, but before that, our development manager, I think, has a point of planning law he would like to raise.
Yes, just in terms of the deferment reason, we can't revisit the scope of the permission that's been granted in principle. The developer contributions level of affordable housing has all been agreed in respect of the outline permission. We can't turn back the time and reconsider the permission in principle in terms of any developer contributions or affordable housing in respect of this application, which just concerns detail. We're dealing with the approval reserve matters, so the layout of development, the appearance, the access insofar as the internal road layout, landscaping and scale. They're the only matters that are before us this evening in respect of this approval reserve matters application.
I think we must reflect on the legal advice from our head of development management. It would be unwise of us to take a decision which is ultra vires. So, Chris, are you in fact informing us that that amendment would be ultra vires.
Well, members are entitled to vote in whichever manner they consider appropriate. My only advice would be that the matters to which you refer, Councillor Slack, are not matters that we can consider in respect of this current application. Therefore, the reasons for deferment are irrelevant, really, in respect of our assessment of this application. And the applicant has indicated that there is a short window of opportunity to be on site and build these houses, and it will only serve to delay that, in my view.
Right. Well, as we're not informed that it would in fact be ultra vires, I'm prepared to take the amendment. Would any further members like to speak on it? Councillor Buttle.
Yeah. Well, I understand thoroughly about the desire to get more out of this development for people on a limited means. If we're doing that against the law, that's not really going to work. So I'd suggest that people actually don't vote for this amendment, even though I can see the point and I kind of feel for it. But we do have an option as a council to negotiate with the developer using the amendments that have already been put through by myself and Stuart to come back and say, please, could we turn some of these into affordable homes, and then discuss with them what it is that it's going to cost. Maybe we can make them an offer. I'd like to do that rather than delay what is obviously really quite a good, well thought out plan.
Do we have any further members who'd like to speak in respect to the amendment? Councillor Murphy. Anyone further? Councillor Whitehead.
Yes, so all I just add, and I understand the rationales given by Chris, but surely it's a point of principle in terms of the society we want to live in. The very fact when Chris described this development, he described it as an exclusive development. Surely we should be on exclusivity. We should be about inclusion all parts of our community, no matter what their pay band is. That actually, when we've got something exciting and as amazing as this, that we're excluding parts of our community. And Matlock just seems perverse to me when the developer could have easily have come up with a solution to provide even just a small percentage of affordable housing. So, yes, I find it really disappointing, because when I'd read through all the documentation of this, I was so excited about this project. It's such a brilliant project for Matlock. But it's a missed opportunity. And I think as a council, if we allow it just to pass, then we're kind of setting our stall out.
Anyone further wish to speak on the amendment? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. It was explained to us earlier that the costs of developing this site, there's sort of £6 million worth of earthworks and whatever got to be done before there's any thought of any sort of construction. I hear what you all say. It's a fantastic opportunity. It'll be a great development and whatever. We need these houses, to meet our targets and whatever. I'd hate us to do anything that might jeopardise this development taking place. I understand about the affordable housing, but do we want a site like this, which is a brownfield site? There's no other developer looking to come up with a plan. I think we need to consider, the costs involved in developing a site like this. And to be honest, if the officers, accept what the applicant is selling them, I'm sure they've tested it. I would go with the recommendations from the officers.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. I did say I wanted to speak in debate, and I think I was the first person to say that, so I'd like to speak in debate after this amendment as well, but I want to speak on the amendment now. As I understand it, it was during the outline planning permission stage that the costing was done, but we heard yesterday that there were significant changes in the design of the site, which meant that a lot of earthworks are not going to take place, that were in the original outline permission are not now going to take place, and the existing levels are being used for the houses. So the amount of work done in moving earth around will be should be significantly less. And that would probably mean that the budget of £6 million will be significant for earthworks will be significantly reduced. So I mean, I don't know because I haven't seen the numbers, but that's my speculation. Yes, I understood. Yeah.
Thank you. Before we move to a vote on the amendment, clarification from Chris Whitmore.
I just want to make sure the members are making a decision based on the facts here. I don't recall, perhaps I did say this development was an exclusive development. What I was trying to relay to members is it's a high quality design-led development. That doesn't ultimately mean that the properties are going to be unaffordable. There is quite a mix and a variety of properties, 2-bedroom apartments within this development. We're sort of speculating that it's going to be out of the reach of people to be able to afford a property on the development. We do, just to clarify, when this application was originally considered at outline stage, we did seek the input of the district valuer's office, and they looked at this development in detail, and they acknowledged there's significant abnormal costs that you wouldn't normally have with development of a greenfield site, for example. You've got a quarry, you've got quarry floors, you've got material that has to be brought onto site in order to be able to construct houses on the site, to have gardens and things, and to be able to vegetate areas that are not currently vegetated. And the costs associated with that are significant. My comments on site in terms of the applicant making the most of the existing geography is design related. I can't comment, and there's been no further information to me that the costs of earthworks are any greater or any less as a result of the development that's planned. All we're saying in our assessment of the application in design terms is that the development responds positively to the constraints of the geography on site and the levels, but it doesn't mean that there isn't still the requirement of significant earthworks.
Yes, we normally allow only one contribution.
Yeah, but I've got an important thing to say. The government has announced a £60 million, I think was it 60 million? It's a fund for developing brownfield sites. The intention is to enable 6,000 houses to be built on brownfield sites. It probably hasn't exactly been opened yet, but the announcement of this fund has been made. Is it possible for if the developer could access that funding, and perhaps this goes into the discussion that the developer has with you about affordable housing subsequent to this debate, if it goes through, then could it be that we could use some of that funding to enable affordable housing to be part of this scheme? It's just a proposal so that we can get over this problem of exclusivity or whatever.
Yeah, I'll try and put this in really simple terms in that we've missed the boat, unfortunately. This application has been approved in outline. The applicant is obviously committed to developing the site, spent considerable money and time, coming up with a scheme that is in accordance with the scope of that permission and meets all of our development plan requirements. We can't revisit the terms of that original outline permission in terms of developer contributions and affordable housing requirements. If we were considering this application afresh, if this was a full application or if a new outline application, then we'd consider the viability of it, the ability to make affordable housing contributions and other developer contributions, and I'd be fully behind you in that respect. But we have missed that boat, unfortunately, in respect of this application because we are at such an advanced stage.
And I do want to make progress here. Councillor Burfoot, you have a contribution.
Yeah, I wasn't really going to say a lot on the amendment, but I've got to. This is a really important development for Matlock. It's a brownfield site, and I think there is a missed opportunity here about affordable housing. I think we've missed the boat here, but just because some of us may not vote for this amendment, that doesn't mean that we don't regret deeply the fact that there is not going to be affordable housing on this site, and I really hope that the developer will take on board what's been said tonight, and will discuss with the development manager to try and get what we all want, which is we want this, well, I personally want this development to go ahead because I think it's an exciting development, but I would also like to think that it's not just an exclusive development to those in this area who've got the sort of money that can buy one.
Thank you. Before we vote on the amendment, I think it's fair to say from the chair that those who know me will know that I very much share the sentiments of the amendment put forward by my two colleagues. But as chair, I have to say I think it would be unwise of us as a committee to vote for the amendment. I think the concerns that have been raised by Councillor Stack and Councillor Burton are being addressed fully by the amended recommendation for approval put forward by Councillor Lees and Councillor Buttle. But we'll move to a vote for on the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment by Councillor Slack and Councillor Burton, please show. All those against? That amendment is now lost, so we'll move back to the...
I abstain.
I do apologise. Any further abstention other than Councillor Hughes? That amendment is lost. We'll now move back to the substantive motion, which is a proposal to approve, subject to three variations. Anyone else like to contribute to this debate, please? Councillor Dobbs, I think you were on the list originally. Councillor Dobbs put his hand up first.
I said I was the first person to ask questions, and I said at the time I reserve the right to come back and debate.
Well,
I will be brief, Councillor Hughes. I think it's important that we don't have the June 2016 debate again. The point about S106, an opportunity was missed, yeah. But 5.3, there's no outline. It's a full application. You can make your point then. Admittedly, it's only 24 houses, but those sorts of points could be emphasised when we move on to that. As it stands, though, this proposal I find enormously exciting. If we're serious about brownfield sites, we've got to take progress on this particular site seriously. And it can't be, we are told, exactly what we would want. And I think due to the hard work of the Matlock Civic Association, a great deal of the initial issues have been dealt with. And I think we've got something which is pretty close to being what was wanted, the affordable aspect aside. And with these three amendments, I think we have a package which will enable us to go forward. And I would commend the motion. Thank you, Chair.
David.
Thank you, Chair. This is a really nice scheme. I can see it from the terrace. I can see it from all the windows facing forward out of our house and our terrace. And I'm looking forward to seeing the buildings. We overlook it. We're higher up, and we'll be able to see the buildings within Hall Dale Quarry. And I think they're quite exciting buildings. There are differences between the design of the traditional buildings on site and those in Matlock, but then every architect has a different view of what is traditional and what's not, or what they would have built if they had been a 19th century architect. And the buildings look as if they may follow a 19th century style in some cases. So, and the modern buildings, in my ward, Matlock East and Tansley, we have two excellent sets of modern buildings interspersed with traditional buildings. One group in Starkholmes and one group in Tansley, and they complement them. The different styles work well together. I can't see that there is any problem in having a mix of or different groups of traditional houses or traditional looking houses and very modern houses or just slightly modern houses. They work together. And as for the central site, with its pond, I don't know quite how big it is. It's difficult to determine. That again is with the building surrounding it will make a very nice area and somewhere where the children can play beside it as well in their playground. So I like other people, I feel that this is an excellent development and one I would very much like to support. However, and this is a big however, we've been told that the pumping station can't accommodate the current level of sewage coming out of down from the western part of Matlock and locations higher up in the direction of Darley Dale, and the consequence of this will be more sewage into the river, and that is a real impact on the amenity of Matlock, and particularly of Matlock Bath, where there are a lot of canoeists and other people using the water for week in, week out, and people get ill. And it's unfair to the people the canoeists and others who make use of the river, that they have to risk getting ill. All our rivers in the UK are polluted, and a lot of river users do get ill, and the advice is not to use these rivers. And what we're going to do here, if we approve this application, is increase the amount of river pollution in Matlock Bath particularly. So we do have a real issue here, because it's not a material planning consideration unless Severn Trent says that and it is Severn Trent here we're talking about, no one else. Severn Trent should be named as the organisation that is causing the pollution of the River Derwent and causing harm to the people who canoe in Matlock Bath. And we have a real issue here. We're going to reduce, by passing this, we're going to reduce the amenity to those people. And amenity is a public amenity, is a material planning consideration. So we do have the opportunity to reject this if we want to. Can I bring your attention to other sites in Matlock where we have given planning permission, and consequent of that planning permission, children have got sick in schools because the pollution, the sewage leaking out of Severn Trent sewers into school playgrounds, and the children, the little children about 4 or 5, were picking up the mess, and then they got ill. 5 or 6 children got ill as a result of that. And there are other situations in the same area. The basement of a convent was flooded, has been flooded on several occasions, and this has been reported in the local newspapers. So we have an issue here, that the public amenity will be damaged by approving this application, not because of the applicant's excellent design, but because our water company will not provide the infrastructure in a timely manner. Thank you.
Any further contributions? Right, I'm now going to move to the vote. We have a motion, a proposal to approve the recommendation with 3 additional, 2 additional conditions and 1 additional, if you like, note to the applicant. Can we have all those show in favour of the recommendation to approve? All those against? And do we have any abstentions? Two abstentions. That motion is therefore carried and the application is approved. Right, we have, as I said earlier, we have a second application in relation to Hall Dale Quarry. This, as we saw on the plan earlier, is for the area which was excluded from the original outline application. So this is for a mixed-use development of 24 new dwelling houses and just over 1,500 square metres of commercial use. I don't think we have anyone to speak on this application. So, Chris, would you like to introduce it?
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is a parallel full application for development that sits outside of the scope and the application site area and that form part of the original outline permission. And you can see on the plan on the presentation that it's the land around the periphery of the blue area. Now this includes a commercial building at the site entrance. It includes a series of townhouses, which are focal buildings as you enter the site, and some contemporary dwellings behind those townhouses. You can see that there's a continuation of an estate of transition properties, which are the traditional buildings with traditional forms and contemporary detailing. And then on the far eastern, or the southeastern part of the site, you've got the contemporary commercial developments. You've got the cabins building, which I'll show you the details of shortly, and then you've got a large contemporary dwelling to the northeast of that, which sits in a fairly substantial plot, and some contemporary dwellings on the northern boundary, and one single traditional property on the northwestern side. This gives you an illustration of what the site entrance would look like. You'll see in the officer's report that we have given consideration to this view and the existing wooded area in the vicinity of these buildings. We are satisfied as officers that there will still be an effective screen and buffer between the development and the countryside beyond, so that development will be well contained within the site. You can see there the single-storey commercial building on the right-hand side, the series of townhouses. The roof form has changed so that without the roof isn't as shown on that illustration there. It has a dual-pitched roof and gable ends to the building rather than a hipped end stroke mansard type roof arrangement. And you've got one of the contemporary dwellings in the centre of that image. This is an image of the commercial building side elevation, stone construction, tiled roof or slated roof. This is an elevation of the cabins. You can see it's a series of connected buildings with asymmetric roof forms and quite interesting elevations. This is in the more contemporary part of the development, adjacent to one of the quarry faces. Another view of one of the contemporary units. The intention is that obviously we're in a limestone quarry here, and we'll have to give careful consideration to the use of materials. Traditional buildings in the town are largely constructed in gritstone. However, we feel that the use of limestone may be appropriate in parts of the quarry for walls, for example, perhaps in some of the construction of the more contemporary dwellings. But we do need to have consistency of materials. So on the contemporary unit, you'd expect a band of gritstone to carry through the building design and the palette of materials that you'd expect to see across the development. This is the townhouse in the revised form. You see you've got gables there now as opposed to a roof form with hipped ends. Give you an idea here of the contemporary dwellings, and you can see here that on plan, if you look at them in 2D, they look like big squares, but in reality, when you look at them in 3D, they actually respond to site levels because they're quite interesting buildings that respond to the unique constraints in a quarry site like this. I'm happy to take questions on the full application.
Members, I do apologise. I got a little bit ahead of myself there. We do, in fact, have two speakers. I'll bring them in. Richard Walker again, Matlock Civic Association.
Pleased to be able to tell you that the matters which we would have raised have already been discussed quite fully, and I therefore need not take any more of your time.
Thank you for your understanding. Mr. Covell, do you want to? Questions from members? Councillor Slack.
Right, Chris. This is a completely different. This is a modern one now, up to date one. So, again, the 106 agreement on this one. There should be a 106 agreement on this one, surely.
Yes, so this is a full application, so we can consider the full spectrum of development plan policies and material planning considerations when assessing this application. But what members have to consider, and as set out in the officer's report, is that the outline permission and the amount or quantum of development is set by the outline permission, and even with the full application, and that still sits within the total amount of development that was envisaged or planned for this site. The applicant has, with this application, submitted an addendum to their viability statement that accompanied the outline permission, indicated that the viability position of development on the site at this moment in time, and having regard to current economic conditions, is such that it makes the site even less deliverable from a viability perspective. So that's something you're going to have to consider. In terms of developer contributions, you'll see from the consultee responses we've had that the education authority isn't requesting any education contributions on this development. So it would purely be a matter for us to consider whether it would be appropriate in those circumstances to require any affordable housing on the amount of developments proposed as part of this full application, but also have regard to material considerations that are at play here.
Again, I'll reserve the right to come back in debate on this one.
Councillor Dobbs.
Thank you, Chair. Returning to S106, but this time the education contributions, which I alluded to in the previous example. Here there's some argument as to the amount of contribution. However, the figures are somewhat mystifying, because we got several applications this evening, all of which quote predicted capacity for Highfield School in 5 years' time, and they don't agree with each other, which is, although these decisions were made by County Council at slightly different periods in time, it is somewhat mystifying. For example, here we've got a predicted capacity or number on roll in 5 years' time of 1155, whereas for another application this evening, that is apparently 1396. And in one case, one gets charged £183,000 as a secondary education contribution. And in this particular case, there is no secondary education contribution. This seems a little inconsistent.
Yes, I fully understand your position on that. Obviously, we rely on the advice we get from the Education Authority, and there is an anomaly here in that in May of this year, the Education Authority identified that pupils on roll in 5 years' time will decrease in respect of secondary school education and the nearest secondary school, which is Highfield School in this case. But in a month later, for a development in the same catchment, they've indicated that pupils on roll will increase to 1,396. And I've sought clarification from the Education Authority today on that discrepancy. And I was reassured that I'd be provided with an explanation as to what had changed in that short period of time. However, unfortunately, ahead of this meeting, nothing has been submitted to me, so I'm unable to provide any sort of clarity on that, unfortunately. But in respect of this application, there is the viability issue to consider, notwithstanding whether or not an education contribution would be appropriate or not.
Chris, can I just ask you then, are you satisfied that we are able to continue to consider the application as submitted in the light of Councillor Dobbs's comments.
Yes, to clarify, the officer's assessment of this application is that the scheme remains unviable with any developer contributions, whether it's affordable housing contributions or any other contributions. Hence why the recommendation is what it is, and I'm comfortable that a decision can be soundly made on that basis, based on the addendum to the viability appraisal that's been submitted, and also having regard to this amount of development still sitting within the quantum or the amount of development that's approved at outline stage.
Thank you, Councillor Whitehead.
Thanks, Chair. So just a couple of questions, Chris, if that's okay. So talking about those numbers, the education numbers, the health numbers, and when you get this feedback, of course, we're passing plans quite regular at the moment. We've had a lot of housing development, particularly around the Matlock area. Is that factored in terms of properties not built yet, factored into the equation?
It is. So they look at demographic trends and they look at planned development and allocated or approved development in their assessment. And Derbyshire Dales is fairly unique in that, you know, authorities in the East Midlands area, we have the highest proportion of over 50s. So we have an ageing population, or a population that's skewed towards older people who are unlikely to have children, hence in the local schools, hence why there's a prediction that generally pupils on roll will decline over the next 5 years.
Okay, and then my second question, so we've mentioned this viability report quite often. We obviously put an awful lot of weight on it in considering that this is a very expensive housing development for the developer to produce. Who produces that viability report?
So the developer prepares a viability appraisal and we test it. So we used to always use the district valuer's office, and we did in respect to this application when it was originally considered. And they presented an addendum to the viability appraisal, which was updated that viability position to say that the scheme is no more, and if anything, is less viable now than it was when the outline application was considered.
So could you just expand a little bit on what that means? So what is viable? So is that about the developer making X amount of profit, or is that just the development breaking even, that's viable to break even?
Yeah, for a development to take place, there'd have to be a level of profit, and there has been a change in position. There's standard methodology now that's applied to viability exercises that are undertaken. Well, the viability was undertaken when this application was originally assessed. There wasn't the standard methodology. Well, the district valuer was agreeable to the amount of profit that was deemed to be appropriate in respect of this development. Because if there wasn't any profit in it, the development wouldn't happen. So there has to be a realisation or expectation that some profit has to be made. But the district valuer's office were happy that it was an acceptable level of profit based on the risks associated with this development.
And just my final question. So obviously this is going on a brownfield site. Are we now setting the precedent that anything we build on a brownfield site, we're never going to build any affordable housing? That can't be the precedent we're setting, can it?
No. If we were assessing this whole application afresh, we would test it against viability criteria. It is, but there's a material planning consideration that it's still, even with this additional area, the amount of development is the same. So the development value is the same. The viability position is the same. Is our position on this? If it was a whole application, the whole development, then we would test it against viability criteria, and it's very much dependent on the abnormals, costs above and beyond what you'd normally expect with typical construction.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. Viability assessments are highly, I'm right in thinking viability assessments are highly dependent on land values. And in a greenfield site, the land value would be set at normal agricultural land values for the area. Is that right?
Well, it depends, because there's different values. There's existing value and hope value.
Well, forgetting the hope value.
And well, if a site had development potential, then its value would be different to just agricultural land value.
So you're saying that hope value is included in the land value, but is used by the district valuer?
There is a distinction to be made there, yes, in viability assessment terms, but I'm not a viability expert, but from my understanding of how it works.
So so in fact we're not getting affordable houses because the hope value that the landowner is being given makes it unviable for affordable houses to be provided. So the profit that an individual, a capital gain that somebody is making out of selling his land or her land, stops us building affordable houses. Is that right?
It's an assessment of costs and development values and what would be an acceptable level of profit in order for the development to happen. So it's a combination of all sorts of things that feeds into that exercise.
Right. So the quarry land is impaired. So its value should be less because it costs money to develop it. If I was a commercial operator and I had an impaired asset, I wanted to sell that asset, all I would get would be the impaired value of the asset, not the impaired value plus some hope value. Why is it that the hope value is included here?
Well, so, depending on the extent of abnormals, land can have a negative value.
Yeah.
But there has to be an incentive for the developer to develop the land. No one would develop a site if they weren't going to make a profit from the development that was being delivered. So you have to factor those things into consideration.
But the landowner could sell the land at a price that allowed the development to take place.
But if you had a negative land value,
okay. Well, so does this land have a negative land value?
It has a value that's reflective of the abnormal, so it's less than what you'd expect for a development of this nature in this location, which is allocated in a local plan.
Right. So does it include hope value?
In terms of how you've expressed that, it's difficult for me to give you an answer. The application has been tested against viability criteria, and the district valuer's office deems that development on the site without any contribution or very minimal amount of contributions is only just a viable proposition with a reasonable amount of profit to the developer to make it, a site that could potentially come forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Shelley.
Thank you. Just quickly pursuing this theme a bit further. I don't suppose we know what the acceptable level of profitability that the district valuer considers acceptable is?
At the time, don't quote me on this, but it was in the region of, typically it's in the region of between 15 and 20%, but it certainly was no more than 20%.
Okay, and do we know if that's a standard figure for this part of the country in these conditions?
15%, anywhere between 15 and 20% is pretty standard.
Yes, if there's any reassurance, Roger, I can confirm that is a standard methodology figure is normally around 17%. Any further questions? If not, we'll move into debate, and we have a recommendation from our officers to approve. Do we have a proposal from the meeting? Councillor Lees, what is your proposal, please?
Sorry, Chair. My proposal is that we go with the officer's recommendation, plus the same criteria as we listed before with the highways and the grey water. I mean, I know we're imposing possibly another 3,000 per property on this development by insisting on this grey water. So that's what we've already cost the developer quite a lot of money by our decisions tonight as it is. So I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Happy to second that.
Any members like to speak? Councillor Burford, did you want to speak? Councillor Slack.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As I said before, it should be 106 agreements on education and affordable housing. But it looks like Chris is not going to allow that to happen, so I'm up against it really. I think, but you must realise that the community of this Derbyshire Dales is a low-wage economy, and the people in this area must realise that we need affordable housing. And councillors must realise that, and planning officers must realise that. And we must alter his ways, I believe, really, for the good of the community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes.
Yes, I'd support Peter in that. I think we really need to look at this affordability criteria and to push it hard, because we're not building the number of affordable houses. I think we need something 170 a year. We're not doing that. So I echo that. But I like this scheme. The issue that I have with it is the same as with the other one, and I'm sorry to vote against it because I really do like this scheme. I hope it'll be a real success. But I'm voting against it just to make the point that we need to take into consideration the poor quality of our sewage system in this area. Thank you.
Councillor Wakeman.
Yes, I echo the words of Councillor Hughes. But what I'm going to ask is for a recorded vote, please.
Do we have a seconder for recorded vote? Councillor Whitehead, thank you. Councillor Buttle.
I'm not quite sure that I've got the point that I thought I was going to make, so let's just leave it to one side.
Any further? Councillor Dobbs.
Chair, you just clarify the third point. So we have the same three amendments that we had last time. I've got two of them, and I'm thinking of adding a fourth, but with the proposer's permission. But what are the three that we have at the moment?
Chris, are you able to summarise?
I've only recorded two, and that was adopt roads being built to adoptable standards, and the rainwater, which has been termed as grey water, in respect of harvesting and measures to look at ways in which that can be accommodated on site. So it's just the two, rainwater harvesting and the adoptable roads. I can't think of a third.
Yeah, if I can remind the meeting, the third proposition put forward by Councillor Lees, supported by Councillor Dobbs, who supported it? Was that the council uses its best offices and resources to facilitate the provision of affordable housing as an integral part of the development.
Thank you, Chair. Can I continue? The point to add is bringing together some of the things that have been mentioned is just a satisfactory reasoning behind the education contribution or lack of it. So we could make the umbrella, the whole package of S106 contributions to be, with officers, discussed further. Is that going to fly? Would you accept that addition, Councillor Lees, to your original proposal?
Well, I think I'll take Chris's advice on here, but I suggest that with the recommendation before us is based on the original outline approval, which, for the reasons we've just discussed, does not include any developer contributions by way of a section 106. So while we could add your proposal as a note, I don't think we can accept it as a condition of any decision. Councillor Buttle.
Yes, I just want to clarify what I meant by grey water. I think we're harvesting our rainwater and we're using it in our toilets and our washing machines. We're not just hanging it out. We're trying to reduce the amount of water we're extracting from the environment in case of drought in the future.
Councillor Shelley.
Yes, I'm not going to labour this point, but just to say that I'm deeply unhappy when we're faced with a situation where, I accept that this is a private commercial concern, and we're never going to know the true amount of money which is being made from this site. But if you think about it, 200 plus homes, the cheapest of which are likely to be £200,000. You're looking at, on my very, very basic maths, you're looking at £40 million of income. We've heard a figure of 6 million for remediation on the site, and obviously there's the build cost as well, and there's the overheads of the company. But my heart is very definitely behind the proposals to ensure that we get as much out of this as possible for local residents.
We're now going to move to the vote. This is a recorded vote, so Angela will be calling out our names in alphabetical order. All those in favour of the recommendation to approve, with the two additional conditions and a note to the applicant as per Councillor Lees's proposal. All those in favour, Angela, please call.
Councillor Boynton. Foot.
For.
Councillor Burton.
Against.
Councillor Buttle. Councillor Dobbs.
For.
Councillor Edwards Walker. Councillor Hughes.
Against.
Councillor Lees. Councillor Maelstrom.
Against.
Councillor Murphy. Councillor O'Brien.
For.
Councillor Shelley.
Abstain.
Councillor Slack.
Against.
Councillor Wakeman.
Against.
Councillor Whitehead.
Against.
That's 8 for, 6 against and 1 abstention.
So that motion is carried and the application is approved. I'm now going to take a short 5-minute comfort break before we move on to the next application. So if we could be back just before 8:15. Thank you. Right, members, can we reconvene? I don't intend to continue the meeting beyond 10 o'clock this evening, but as we're nearly approaching the 2-hour cut-off, could I have a proposal to extend the meeting up until 10 o'clock? Councillor Hughes?
Chair, I propose.
Anyone prepared to second that?
Second it, Chair.
Councillor Burton. Right, we now move on to application for the erection of 27 affordable dwelling houses north of Old Hackney Lane in Hackney. Now you'll see, members, that we have some late comments from Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, which I'll give you 3 or 4 minutes to appraise, and we'll go on to our speakers. Right, members, are going to move on to our speakers. We have 4 registered speakers here. We have Councillor Sarah Helliwell from Dale Town Council.
Sorry, Chair, she is the Labour Party conference, apparently.
What can I say? We don't have Councillor Sarah Helliwell. She's obviously otherwise engaged. We have, I know we have Mrs. Diana Woodhouse, or Ms. Diana Woodhouse, who's a local resident who wishes to speak against the application. And you have 3 minutes, please.
My husband and I have lived on Dolly House Estate for the past 43 years. Our property is adjacent to the proposed development. Dolly House Estate is a quiet and quaint area. The majority of properties are bungalows with a few houses situated at the top of the estate. Most of the properties and boundary walls are built with local natural stone. The proposed field is a great area of natural beauty with majestic trees. Over the past 43 years, we have witnessed a large amount of wildlife in the field, including badgers, foxes, rabbits, and many species of birds. There are very few green fields situated in Lower Hackney. Therefore, any development would be detrimental to the area. Every year, this field is mowed, baled into hay, and feeds animals elsewhere. It is with utter astonishment when we finally got to see the proposed plans, just 2 bungalows situated at the top of the site, a number of houses, and abysmally a block of flats, carbuncles in the countryside, nothing compared to the properties on Darley House Estate. There has been a lot of new developments along the A6 corridor between Darleydale for many in recent years, where many affordable homes have also been included. During long periods of rain, the land becomes very wet and boggy. Due to heavy rainfall cascading down the adjacent field, It then seeps into the field in question and floods onto Old Hackney Lane. Any development would take away a natural sponge process, and the consequences would apply more pressure into the River Derwent and the old sewerage system within the Darlydale and Matlock area. Old Hackney Lane is a very narrow, winding lane, busy with both vehicles and pedestrians. All Saints Junior School is situated at the top of the lane. We collect our 3 grandchildren from this school regularly and walk back home to Dolly House Estate. On this journey, we have to cross the lane in 3 areas due to the pavement running out. In places, the pavement is extremely narrow, where a single file is only just possible. The impact of more traffic caused by any development would increase the danger significantly. Vehicles regularly mount the pavement to avoid colliding with oncoming traffic. We ask for this development to be refused for the above reasons and stand by the professional opinion. Finally, when the local plan is reviewed, please can this field be removed from the plan?
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, on behalf of Old Hackney Lane and Darley House Estate Group, who wishes to comment on the application, is Ms. Carol Taylor. You also have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Carol Taylor and I'm here representing Old Hackney Lane and the Darley House Estate Group. As you can imagine, we're the community most affected by these proposals. We're aware that one of the proposed developers has withdrawn at the last minute, but these comments apply to any developments on these green fields. There are approximately 150 dwellings on these 2 areas. We've been in touch with every single one of them. We've spoken to as many people as possible personally, and you'll see from the number of objections that there are that many residents have taken it upon themselves to write in about this proposal. The document from the officers with the numerous objections from the residents make all the relevant points, but I'll just reiterate some of the major ones that the group in particular feel very strongly about. As Diana said, this is a green space in between 2 communities. The only green space is left. We just don't want to see it built on. The lane regularly floods. And we know that this will get worse as more houses are built. We've seen this happen all over the Dales. This isn't just speculation, and I've listened to everybody talking about the sewage and the flooding tonight. The traffic is already appalling on the lane. I remind councillors that the traffic surveys that we have done over the past 6 years have shown an increase from 230 vehicles an hour to around 400 an hour. And every time we do a speed watch, we catch at least 6 speeders. Any development application would add, as a conservative estimate, many more cars coming out of a tight entrance very close to the Darley House Estate entrance and the A6. Our lane is narrow, winding and old. As Diana said, one of the pavements is small. In fact, it's only 9 inches wide. That's not even wide enough to walk in single file. If you haven't walked down Old Hackney Lane, I urge you to do so. To watch the young woman with a pushchair who has to come out onto the road to walk to school. The cars have to stop in order to allow her to walk. Of the couple with macular degeneration, who are my neighbours, who are too scared to walk down the lane now. Of those of us who've lost countless wing mirrors as people mount the pavement, and watching the school children who have to cross the road, walk down the road, cross the road, walk down the road, cross the road, walk down the road to get to school, all the time watching out for lorries, tractors and cars mounting the pavement. The Police and Crime Commissioner came down in the springtime and spent 2 hours with us and could not believe that there was a plan to put even more cars onto this lane. Finally, I would urge councillors to take the issue of Old Hackney Lane seriously. We have a school at one end and a hospital at the other, so why on earth is it not a 20-mile-an-hour zone? Realise that's slightly contentious. Why are lorries allowed to use it? Why are tractors allowed to use it? We urge to take more exercise, to walk to school, to make our voice heard in the democratic process. This isn't just about the planning applications, I'm afraid. This is about what we want to see happening on Old Hackney Lane. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we now have Ms. Beverly Moss, who is the agent for the applicant, who is going to speak in favour of the application. And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. Before members is a site which forms part of a wider parcel of land allocated for housing in the adopted local plan as policy HC21. Even before the site was allocated, officers of the council knew that the allocation was in 2 separate ownerships, and the council was happy to sign a statement of common ground with my client's landowner, acknowledging that the land could potentially come forward on its own with any scheme to be considered on its own merits. The application site sits wholly within the settlement boundary. Further to my letter to members last week, I'm grateful for the opportunity tonight to cover some key matters, some of which were raised at yesterday's site visit. There is no development plan policy basis for resisting separate planning applications on parts of allocated land. My client took legal advice prior to pre-application discussions with your officers. The advice is that any proposal should not prejudice comprehensive development of the remaining land, which the application before you would not. Notably, the planning application for the adjoining land has been withdrawn, and it's not on tonight's agenda. So our client's community-led high-quality scheme can set the bar for how the remainder of the allocation could come forward. We have support from the Town Council, noted they're not here tonight, and they're happy that the proposals comply with the Darley-Dale Neighbourhood Plan. The Local Highways Authority find both the proposed access point onto Old Hackney Lane and the internal road itself acceptable. They both meet their required highways standards. The proposals include the following highways improvements, which are a direct result of pre-application discussions looking to address concerns about traffic on Old Hackney Lane. They include a new 2-metre footway on Old Hackney Lane in front of the site, 2 new speed limit signs, new high friction treatment with speed limit road markings, and the reinstatement of give-way markings at the junction of Old Hackney Lane and the A6 Bakewell Road. These measures are shown on the relevant drawings included in the application, and the Highways Authority support them. Disappointingly, they're not mentioned in the officer's report. The proposals were informed by specialist landscape and visual advice. Your officer refers to the topography and landscape impacts as constraints to development. However, the 2016 SHLA detailed assessment confirms the Council's landscape officer concluded that there is capacity for development across the site. The scheme works with the sloping land by positioning the 2-storey homes and bungalows sensitively within the layout, as well as providing a significant landscape buffer along the northern boundary and areas of open space along the east and at the road frontage. The proposed areas of open space exceed the policy requirements and include a play area with a footpath to link to the remainder of the allocated land. Mature trees are all retained and incorporated into open space areas. The new homes would fit comfortably within the edge of settlement surroundings. Yes, the outlook for some residents on the Darley House estate and Old Hackney Lane will change, but that is not a reason to resist the scheme on this allocated site. Your officer confirmed in her report and on site yesterday that there are no issues with overlooking or impacts on amenity for neighbours. On ecology, Derbyshire Wildlife Trust confirmed on Friday last week that they have removed their objection. They are satisfied that the development would take account of all protected species and would result in an 8.2 net gain in biodiversity. That is more than the policy requirement of 0.1%. At yesterday's site visit, I was asked about drainage. We have already provided evidence to the Council, the Flood Authority and Severn Trent Water that the proposals cannot incorporate any natural drainage features. Percolation tests on the land have confirmed that the topography and composition of the soil simply won't allow for this. So there is a need for an engineered drainage solution with an attenuation tank proposed to be located at the front of the site, which will store water and release it at a controlled rate. We know that surface water drainage on the road outside the hospital is a concern. The proposed drainage would control the currently uncontrolled flow of water off the site. We submitted additional information back in mid-September on this point. Finally, we know there is an acute need for affordable housing in the district, and this scheme will go some significant way to address that need. The Council's housing team are happy with the proposals, and members can be assured that if you support this scheme, it will be delivered quickly and then appropriately managed by EMH Group Housing Association. They're a joint applicant. So in summary, the application site is an unremarkable greenfield site used for pasture grazing and which is allocated for housing. Before members is a high-quality, 100% affordable housing scheme, which has addressed all technical issues. I therefore respectfully request that you issue a positive resolution contrary to your officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We now move on to our officers who will present the application to us. Sarah, I think you're doing this.
So we attended site yesterday. As the applicants just said, the agents just said, yes, the application site does set in within the settlement boundary for Matlock, and in conjunction with the adjacent field is part of an allocation for 57 dwellings. And obviously it encompasses the 2 parcels of land within separate ownership. The mix is obviously 27 affordable dwellings, with 4 one-bedroom apartments, 4 one-bed houses, 12 two-bed dwellings, which includes 2 bungalows, and 5 3-bedroom dwellings and 2 4-bedroom dwellings. Obviously, it's 100% affordable. It's got a 10-year split between 11 shared ownership dwellings and 16 affordable social rented flats and dwellings. Really, to get to the crux of it, is that it's a material consideration that we have already made a decision to refuse an application for 18 dwellings on this site, and the reason being that we felt the development would comprise of piecemeal development of a much larger site, which wouldn't be an efficient use of the land, and piecemeal development is considered to deliver suboptimal outcomes in terms of layout, landscaping and open space, which need to be designed on a comprehensive basis within the whole allocation. You'll see that the layout is dominated by the road. There's 2 stories frontage dwellings, which appear dominant and out of keeping with the street scene. They've got, high ridge heights. They're higher than the road by 1.1 to 2 metres higher than the road level, and that steps up as you go through the site, with dwellings adjacent to the open land in the northeast, having ridge heights of 8.9 to 9.1 metres and finished floor levels 8.2 metres higher than road level. The proposal would appear visually prominent on this sloping site, with some harm to the separation between settlements identified. The proposal amounts to piecemeal development of an allocation which fails to provide a suitable layout that's in character with the area, dominated by the road, in an area of high landscape sensitivity. So refusal is recommended on this basis. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Questions? Councillor Dobbs, I think you have a question.
Thank you, Chair. Could you just clarify the situation with the lead flood authority? The agent suggested that their objections have been resolved with the attenuation tank, but on page, section 5.3, you're looking for additional information. Thank you.
I can confirm the additional information has been supplied. I just don't have a response from the flood authority to report to you tonight.
Is that a showstopper on the decision?
I'll just come back on that, Councillor Dobbs. There's a couple of matters that members just need to have regard to if they were minded to approve this application contrary to officer recommendation. I think one is clarity on the education contribution sought and the discrepancy that you picked up earlier on in the meeting regarding numbers and the actual need for school places in this particular instance. So if you were minded to grant planning permission, I think it'd be on the basis that authority is delegated to officers to have those discussions to secure any appropriate developer contributions, and subject to confirmation from the lead local flood authority that the drainage system, the proposed drainage system for the site is acceptable from a flooding and land drainage perspective.
Thank you.
Councillor Burton.
Chair, from the excellent comments from Carol Taylor regarding highway issues, can I just simply ask, why is it when we have very significant, very controversial applications, there's never any face or person from the highways that we can then actually, engaged with? It does seem to be a fundamental weakness for councillors.
I'll come back on that, Councillor Burton. It's certainly an ask we can make of the county council, and I'm pretty sure from the relationship we have with the engineers in the Highway Authority that if we ask them to attend a meeting, that they would for the most controversial developments. I think if you had any specific questions or concerns about the development and sought clarification, then on those matters, it's within your gift to defer consideration of the item so that we can go back to the highway engineers on such matters and involve them in future debates as necessary.
Thank you.
Councillor Shelley.
Thank you. I'm extremely uneasy about this application for all of the reasons that have been listed here tonight. But what I want to try and obviously do is to strengthen the officer's hand if they are challenged in future. And my concern there, if I don't ask it, I'm sure somebody else will, is with the removal of the other application, which is adjacent to this particular one, does that weaken the defence which you put forward in the report based on the piecemeal development of this site, which seems to be a cornerstone of the reasoning?
Just coming back on that, Councillor Shelley, I think we need to make it absolutely clear that the fact that the development is coming forward independently of the adjoining site isn't in itself a reason for refusal. What we're saying is that delivering the site separately results in suboptimal outcomes in terms of the layout and the appearance of the development. And you may recall the item that's been withdrawn from the item had its own identity, if you like, its own character, its own access, etc. And it's purely a matter of judgment in terms of whether you feel this development on its merits is acceptable in terms of responding positively to the character, context and identity of this part of the landscape. You can make that judgment if you're happy that the development is acceptable in those terms. There's nothing to stop you from granting permission on the basis you feel that it satisfies development plan policy requirements in that sense.
Just may come back, there's plenty to object to actually, but I was concerned stroke disturbed by the statement from the applicant that I think it was a phrase, a statement of common ground had been agreed with the council that it would be acceptable as a separate application. Are you able to elucidate that, please?
I am aware of this. I think it was either as part of a review of our 5-year housing land supply position and either the adoption of the current local plan or a review of the local plan where we were looking at allocations and existing commitments and the likelihood of those sites coming forward. So I think we look to enter into statements of common ground in respect of those sites to give us an idea really as to what our position was in terms of housing delivery. But it's not a material consideration in respect of this particular application. If members are satisfied that development on its own merits is acceptable, then there's nothing to stop development coming forward independently on the site if it achieves everything we want it to achieve in terms of other development plan requirements.
But it's not a material consideration to reject it as well. In other words, we can reject it.
We can, if we feel that it's inappropriate in terms of its contribution to its environment, then that's perfectly within your gift to recommend refusal, and we're recommending refusal of the application for those reasons.
Yes. Understood.
Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. Chris, if we are minded to approve this, I'd like to put a condition in that it will come shortly in the local plan, but every property should have a universal brick or a swift brick for wildlife. The ladies mentioned about wildlife, so we, when these places are built on, we must encourage wildlife because the bird numbers have dropped enormously over the last few years. So, would that be a condition? Because it will eventually come in the local plan.
Yes, you may have noted in the Hall Dale application that that was something that was conditioned in respect of that development. So I think for the minimal costs of introducing a swift brick within a new build property, I think it is something we should be encouraging. You're right. So I think we can impose that as a condition.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. I think we're concerned, probably all concerned about the performance of Derbyshire County Council in providing input into this development. First of all, on the roads issue, and Old Hackney Lane is very busy. It is dangerous, very dangerous, and any more houses on this road, they themselves may not create a lot more traffic, but there's a lot of through traffic, rat run traffic going from Darley Dale towards Chesterfield, for example. So it would seem that the county council, I believe the county council is remiss in not considering more conditions associated with this development, and the issues about. And I believe that we ought to be writing, as a planning committee, to Derbyshire County Council, asking them why they are not putting in 20-mile-an-hour speed limits on roads without footpaths or with very narrow footpaths. So can I ask whether it's possible to ask, whether it's possible for us to write as a planning committee, if we agree to do so, asking the Highways Authority, asking them why they don't put in 20-mile-an-hour speed limits on roads like Hackney Lane, where the footpaths are inadequate. Thank you.
Yes, there's nothing to stop members putting that to the county council, and they could respond accordingly. The agent has mentioned the measures proposed in respect of this application, which do include some highway-related restrictions and the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit extension to include the frontage of the site.
Councillor Burton, I think you had another question. Councillor Buttle.
Thank you very much. Do we have? I saw the plan, and it looked to me like there was a lot of street for the amount of houses. Do we have a metric for actually working out the percentage of street? You know, because it looked like they were wandering all over the place.
We don't have a metric for calculating how much street there is in a development. It does factor in terms of the amount of permeable and impermeable area, in terms of looking at surface water attenuation. It's very much an assessment of character and appearance, and whether this is an appropriate development in terms of its layout and design. The road is a fairly dominant feature of this development, with an unrestricted view from road level right through the development, and that is considered to be a negative of the layout and the design of development in this particular case.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm pretty much against this one because I really don't like that road.
Councillor Maelstrom.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, this site and the one that was withdrawn, is that the whole of the allocated area, or is there more which doesn't belong to this developer?
Yeah, the other application included the rest of the allocation, as well as other land considered to be countryside, that ran all the way behind the existing properties up to where the footpath is.
Right, and apologies, I wasn't able to go on the site visit. Does that then effectively remove all the green land between Hackney Lane and the next developed area? Or will there still be some fields?
There would be still fields beyond the edge of the rear boundary of these sites, but yes, the two together would be a coalescence between the settlements, it's considered, in terms of landscape harm.
Right, okay, and then finally, can I just clarify, is the allocation for housing generally, or is it an allocation for affordable housing?
It's for it was for 57 houses, so it wasn't 100% affordable. It you would normally get for 30% of the 57, but this has come through as a 100% affordable scheme.
Right, so if this scheme is rejected, it's perfectly possible that future applications could be for much lower proportions of affordable.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Whitehead.
Thanks, Chair. I don't actually think it's a bad application. I just think where it's going is the wrong place. And I just wonder whether there's some kind of conversation that we could have with the developer about identifying a better place for this type of development. My second question is about, it's been mentioned that this plot of land has been identified in our housing plan. Can I just understand the rationale? Because if we can't build something like this on it, is it possible to build anything on it and overcome all the challenges that we've had today?
Come back on that. The applicant has entered into an option with the landowner to develop this site. There's an expectation that development will come forward on the basis that it's allocated in the plan for a certain amount of development. So the expectation is that housing development will come forward in some form. It's just we're not happy with the layout and the design of the house in this particular case, hence why we're recommending refusal as a matter of principle.
No, I mean, I completely understand, but I think if I'm listening to the room, while I understand why you're recommending a refusal, the feeling in the room is about actually rejecting this proposal because of all the other mitigating factors. So I just wondered whether anything would succeed in being built here without kind of those objections being raised and council agreeing with the objections.
I think it is an authority having allocated this site for development in the plan. I'm confident that a form and type of development, a layout and design of housing can be accommodated on the site that would be acceptable in the round when assessed against all the relevant provisions of the development plan. If we were to refuse this application on a matter of principle, there's a strong presumption in favour of the development on two counts: A, that it's currently allocated in the plan for housing development, and also the council can't demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. So there's a tilted balance in favour of the development unless the adverse impacts are significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of development on site.
Councillor Slack, you have another question?
We're debating.
No, we're still on questions.
I'll come in with debate.
Any further questions? Right, I'm going to move into debate. I'm going to preface debate by saying that it's been pointed out by our officers that this is an allocated site, but notwithstanding that, they are recommending it for refusal, principally on design grounds, and the fact that it's an affordable housing scheme, I think, is a plus, but that should not, in my opinion, change our opinion on whether it's a good design or not. And I think, if you want my personal opinion, I think there is a far better design appropriate to this particular site. Recommend the proposal is the application is recommended for refusal. Do we have a proposal?
Chair, I will formally move the officer recommendation for refusal, particularly for reasons 2 and 3. Ultimately, earlier tonight we were expressing the desirability of a very good application being able to accommodate some local need houses, and this is the sort of site, a brownfield site, where that logically ought to have been absorbing these 27 houses. The agent commented, if I heard her right, that this is really a very unremarkable field. Well, it's home. It's what makes Darley Dale, and what fields are left are indeed remarkable. And I'm sorry, but I wasn't a party to the allocation of the previous council that identified this as a suitable site. And I'm sorry, but, it's an important part of that area. But for the reasons identified by the planning officer, I so move. And in the words of Councillor Buttle, I don't want to see it snaffled.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Whitehead.
Happy to second, Chair. No comment.
Any further contributions? Councillor Hughes.
Yes, Chair. I think the fact that it's closing up an open space between Darley-Dale and Matlock is significant, and it is a remarkably nice field. And I'd agree with my colleague to the right here. We hit another problem with flooding and with roads, and so I would like to add to the motion that we write to the Derbyshire County Council, not to the transport or the flood team, because I think this is a resourcing issue within Derbyshire County Council, and it may be political as well. So I would like to ask them to provide us with to consider 20-mile-an-hour areas in this sort of environment, where there are no suitable footways, and also to ensure that we get a realistically fast response from the flood team when a developer requests such a response. Thank you.
Does that find favour with the proposer? Councillor Shelley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I mean, I think a lot of this has already been hinted at, but as Councillor Burton suggested, really the problem arose here because of the 2017 local plan, and I think we have to accept perhaps that we made a mistake at that point in time in allocating this field. And without prejudging the next one, which we are working on at the moment, I would hope that we would be able to review the presence of this field in the local plan, because that's the weak point in our argument at the moment. If we can rescind this from ever being built on, it will help to preserve that sense of separation between Matlock and Darley-Dale, which is seriously at risk at the moment. And since that 2017 local plan was passed, there's been a massive incursion into that divide in the form of the Bowden Close development to the west side of the A6. So our local plan has been breached effectively because of that, to the detriment of everything that we're talking about here in terms of separation of identity and settlement. And in a way, I'm sorry that wasn't part of the grounds that were put forward in the officer's report, because I feel that would strengthen it. My other feeling very, very strongly here is that it is a question of the scale and appearance of these buildings in the landscape. It's up a steep slope, and what you will be seeing is a very, very defined edge to a new built environment if we actually pass this tonight. My commiserations to the agent in many ways, because I feel in another location we would be snapping off your hands for this kind of development. It's exactly what we need to effectively to rebalance the problems, which again we've inherited from decisions made years ago by this council in places like Hall Dale Quarry and Matlock. I think that's all I want to say, other than that I think that the idea that we should be grateful for repainting road lines at a road junction, which should be a county council day-to-day issue, is a joke. Sorry.
Councillor Burfoot.
Thank you, Chair. I haven't really got a lot to add to what's been said, but as a county councillor, I am going to have to say this: how disappointed I was with the response from the Highways Authority. They talk about, and this happens too many times, it's not just on Old Hackney Lane, it's not just about this application. They say the proposal will have a negligible effect on the capacity of the surrounding highway network. And also, what else was I going to pick out? I can't find it now, sorry. Do they not know Old Hackney Road? Do they not go down there and see the impact of the traffic and the impact that there would be for extra houses? It's just not acceptable, and it happens too many times. Just to bring up the point that Councillor Hughes brought up, I've lobbied in Matlock till I've gone white in the face about 20-mile-an-hour zones. They do not like them. They will not do them for all sorts of reasons. It's usually to do with the number of accidents. That's the top and bottom of it. You know, they don't seem to want to do anything until there's a proven accident record. That's the first thing they look at. I am going to see the Executive Director of Place on Friday. He covers Highways Department. I am going to mention to him that certainly on controversial and really important applications, we should have somebody here from the Highways Department to, if you like, defend what they've written. So I will be doing that. I'm assuming that our planning officers will also do that, because that's what we're asking you to do. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. I think I now move to the vote. We have. Sorry, Peter. Can I take Councillor Slack first?
Right, it's a right question, really. You mentioned about piecemeal development, Chris, on this site. Yeah, a few minutes ago when you were talking. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Did you have pre-planning application advice? Did the applicant have pre-planning advice? So what did they take that advice, or did they?
Some of it in terms of looking at the refusal reasons for the previous scheme, that there was issues in terms of the layout there. So some of it was taken on board, but obviously the fundamental principle was that it was coming in isolation with the other part of the allocation, and it was dominated by the road. So some was taken into account. The fundamental obviously wasn't.
Right. And my last question, that's short and very brief. Being it was allocated in the local plan, this ground, do you think you'll be able to, if it went to appeal, would you be able to defend that, Chris?
Well, as officers, we're recommending refusal because we feel that the adverse.
Being it's in the local plan.
Well, that weighs in favour, doesn't it, of the development? But we're at a starting point where the tilted balance is in favour. But our position at this moment in time is that the harm that we've identified is sufficient enough to outweigh that tilted balance. Before members vote on the items, I want to clarify that within the late representation sheet, you'll note that we've had comments from Derbyshire Wildlife Trust, and they're comfortable with the development from a ecological and biodiversity perspective. So the fourth reason for refusal wouldn't apply, or we'd recommend that wasn't part of any decision this evening. And the position we're in with the lead local flood authority is that technically that matter's still unresolved, but it may be that the lead local flood authority come back and say they're happy with what's presented, but we've got to make a decision based on, the information they've got in front of us, and at the moment we haven't got that confirmation.
Chair, could I use my privileged position as Vice Chair just to say that I think I said Old Hackney Road. I'm really sorry. I know it's Old Hackney Lane because with everything that's going on, I use it.
I'm sure that's no problem. Speaking as an old chair. Right, we have a proposal which has been seconded to refuse the application with two further reasons and a note that we should approach formally the County Council with respect to their, let's say, non-collaboration. All those in favour of the recommendation to refuse, please show. All those against? Anyone abstaining? So that proposal is carried and the application is refused. Thank you. Right, we're now moving on to two applications. Yes, the next application was next application on your printed agenda, or meeting agenda was withdrawn, so we're now moving on to two applications for Ryber Castle. First is a full planning application. The second is a listed building consent application. This planning application, the full planning application, relates to something which will be familiar to some members of this committee: the erection of 11 dwellings within the grounds, some conversion to form 7 dwellings and 2 new dwellings, plus an orangery and a covered parking area. Chris will explain, or Adam will explain, why this is a full application. When we've had a previous approval to this, so I'll leave that to him. We have a late note from our officers regarding a typo on your late submission sheet. I don't think we need to worry too much about that, but we do have a number of speakers here. First of all, we have Mr. Doug Peeling, who's a local resident who's going to... now we have a statement to be read out on behalf of Mr. Doug Peeling.
Yes, Chair. Yeah, he writes, I've been a resident of Ryber Village for 35 years. I was involved with the Keep Ryber Rural campaign all through the public inquiry in 2005. During the planning process leading up to the public inquiry's Cross Tower Ventures, together with their architects and English Heritage, took great care over the landscape views of the castle. The new build houses were designed to minimise the visual impact of the buildings on those views. This was an important factor to which the planning inspector frequently referred and questioned English Heritage about. When the plans were approved in 2006, the Keep Ryber Rural campaign at least felt that the new build houses were well designed to conserve the open views and isolation of Ryber Castle. The new designs for Plot 1 and Plot 4 totally go against this principle. Plot 1 has been reoriented so that rather than just peeking over the castle wall, the 2-storey part of the design will now be directly adjacent to the western wall and will be noticeably visible above it. The design shows that the building will protrude over the wall to about half the height of the corner turret. I disagree with the planning officer's report, para 720, which uses the phrase lightweight and recessive materials, which would mitigate the impact. A large part of the second story is a bedroom with an ensuite. Quite how this can be lightweight escapes me. This will clearly have a big impact on the views of the castle from the south. Similarly, Plot 4 was originally to be a 4-bedroomed house with a small 2-storey section set back from the castle walls. This design minimised the impact when viewed from the lower ground to the south. The redesigned Plot 4 has 7 bedrooms, each with an ensuite. The scale of the building has increased dramatically. It too has been reoriented so that the new design has a very large 2-storey section with a south-facing 20-metre-long, 7-metre-high wall. On one side, this large building is directly adjacent to the castle walls, and on the other, it is very close to the obstruction-free zone. The increased scale and change to the orientation of this plot will be hugely harmful to the views of the castle from the south. What is the point of having an obstruction-free zone where garden furniture and children's play structures are subject to controls when it is next to a 20-metre-long, 7-metre-high building? I strongly believe that these 2 plots need to be redesigned before planning permission is granted and urge the committee to consider this.
Thank you, Jim. Next we have Mr. Ian Dixon to speak against the application.
I object to this planning application as I believe the impact on highway safety has not been properly assessed. And I question the comment made in the officer's report, section 7.46, that the development will not result in any material increase in vehicle movements or material impact upon highway safety compared to the 2006 permission. The above statement is based on no change in dwelling numbers. However, the number of rooms has greatly increased. The Department of Communities and Local Government report on residential parking, issued in May 2007, shows that increasing rooms in a property gives rise to increased car ownership, and the DDDC have adopted this policy. Therefore, an increase in traffic can be anticipated. Since 2006, online deliveries have increased dramatically, and this development will give rise to a significant increase in white vans using the lanes, which were not anticipated in 2006. Outside of this, I've identified other changes in the area that already have increased traffic density on the lane since 2006. Oxclose Farm. That was created recently, or in the last few years, resulting in large farm machinery accessing onto Carr Lane. 2 new houses have been built on Ryber Road, increasing congestion already on a narrow lane. Stabling for horses has increased from 3 to 7 facilities, with around 30 horses and ponies being regularly exercised along Carr Lane and Ryber Road. The increase in home recycling has now made it necessary to triple the number of bin lorries that were accessing lanes back in 2006. The change in verge management by the local council has resulted in overgrown verges that restrict the width of the lanes. Also, the recent changes in highway code need to be taken into account as 8 footpaths also intersect the lanes. The Officer's Report 5.6, the Highway Authority, raised no objection but requests further drawings to show highway improvement works approved under the extant planning permission given in 2006. This suggests that the Highway Authority have not been made aware of or have not taken into account any of the above changes. The current proposed Highways Improvement Plan is inadequate and has not changed in 2006, although in the intervening 17 years the above changes have occurred. It does little to address the impact on highway safety linked to this development. In fact, there are a number of areas that will reduce the safety of road areas, specifically the proposed Ryber entrance walls. They are unnecessary and will reduce the line of sight. Also, moving the grass triangle at the junction of Carr Lane and Littlemore Lane will further reduce the line of sight on an already dangerous junction for anyone exiting from Littlemore Lane. It is clear that the developer and the highway...
Can I ask you to summarise,
Yes,
please?
I'm just before it is clear the developer and the Highways Authority should carry out a full review of the impact of this development on the changes in the surroundings since 2006 to ensure that the safety of the lanes is dramatically improved. Consideration should be given to increasing the number of passing places, a major overhaul on verges, and a long-term maintenance plan together with any other traffic calming measures deemed appropriate. I urge you to defer this application until the Highways Department and the developer generate a highway improvement plan that more closely addresses the issues associated with an expected increase of around 100 vehicles per day using these lanes as a result of this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Miss Sandra Dixon.
I am objecting to this application because I'm concerned that the emergency route proposed through Smithy Lane from the development at some stage in the future could become an access route for the development. Under the original approval, Plot 8 acted as a significant, robust barrier between the development and the hamlet, the emergency access route through Plot 8. Plot 8 isolated the hamlet and the development. In this new application, Plot 8 has now been moved back and its access will be via the main entrance to site. The new site plans show an uninterrupted road between the hamlet and the castle. Why did the developer not route the emergency access route to the main entrance when it changed Plot 8 to the main entrance? My concern is borne out by the developer's recent application to attempt to get a two-way traffic route through the hamlet for at least 12 months, thereby setting a precedent for traffic flow through the hamlet. This, in direct contravention of the Secretary of State's comment, section 81, the hamlet and the castle would retain their respective identities. Furthermore, the developer has already received retrospective planning approval for the castle in 2022, and in this current application, the developer is asking permission to build an orangery, bathhouse and Unit 1 new. All of these are already under construction. Both of the above have occurred despite clear conditions within the approval document stating that any changes would need prior approval. The developer is changing what suits them, regardless of what was permitted, no consideration for their neighbours. You can therefore understand my concern. The Officer's Report, section 7.44 and 7.45, recognises my concerns and offers condition 25 to satisfy them, a barrier to be installed at the north-east end and Smithy Lane. What form will this take? What guarantees do we have the system will not be abused? Will Ryber residents have any input into this prior to approval? Why is there indeed any need for a recess road? Now would seem a good time to look at alternative options. This could remove my concerns and the challenges faced with managing and policing of such a barrier system.
Possible alternatives: use the main entrance. Why is it not suitable? Or create a new entrance route at the west of site, running alongside the new permissive footpath. There is already a wide selection of land fenced off for the footpath. This would involve little more land, cost or additional work. Both of these would provide direct access from the highway to the development. Smithy Lane does not do this. Provide the developers with a route they have full control over, they don't own, and Smithy Lane is unadopted. And the latter would be obstruction-free and designed fit for purpose. There are several instances where access to Smithy Lane is obstructed through on-road parking in the hamlet. These options would also remove the risks associated with the current proposal. The northeast end could be sealed via a fence and a hedge, and the Secretary of State's conditions, as applied, would be met in full. I therefore ask you to defer any decision on this application until an obligatory consultation with Derbyshire Fire and Rescue Services has been undertaken to consider these alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have Mr. Robert Wright, who is the applicant, who will be speaking in favour of the application.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to use these few minutes to speak as an opportunity to reassure people of any concerns that they may have over the planning application for Ryber Castle that we are discussing this evening. In 2007, my family was granted permission to restore the castle, thus saving it from ruin. The castle was already a shell of its former self, with few internal walls, no roof and trees growing inside it. I'm happy to say that we have done what we promised and saved an historic building that is close to the heart of many of Matlock's residents and also of those further afield. Ask many tourists that visit Matlock what they remember from their visit, and they are likely to talk about the cable cars and the castle on the hill. No one wanted to see the castle fall down, and what we have done so far at Ryber Castle has saved it for generations to come. The planning application we are discussing tonight is in many ways an amendment to our existing approved planning, although this has been treated as a new application. We are not requesting more housing, so therefore this application will not affect a change in the traffic levels that has already been agreed, and there will be no further effect on local schooling or, just as important, local ecology, which we have always tried to keep the effects to an absolute minimum. We have just had further recent ecology surveys carried out and will continue to proceed with advice from such third parties. In a simple summary, tonight's planning application is requesting permission to build an orangery. The purpose of the orangery is not for profit. It is aimed at giving the 26 residents of the castle a shared space and will also act as the main entrance to the castle. John Smedley had an orangery built at the castle in the 1800s, so we once again are in keeping with the original castle. However, the new orangery will only be half the size of John Smedley's. We are also requesting a gym and spa area in the existing building that has been referred to as the bathhouse, a room where John Smedley trialled some of the famous spa treatments that helped put Matlock on a world stage. We are also requesting other small design alterations to buildings that we already have planning permission for. It is also worth noting, especially by the residents of Ryber Village, that the new planning application has plot 8 getting a driveway off the main castle driveway. This now alleviates any vehicles having to pass through Ryber Village other than emergency services, as detailed in our original planning permission. With regard to traffic, as already mentioned this evening, tonight's planning application will not increase the amount of residences that we already have planning permission for. There are conditions for road improvements as part of the original consent of planning. We are duty bound to do these improvements, and they will be completed before anyone can live in the castle. And this will benefit Matlock as a whole. When talking about the orangery and the bathhouse, it is important to discuss what we have already done at the castle. At any stage of the project, since my family purchased the castle, we have simply wanted to restore it and its surrounding buildings to their former glory. If you'd have been on site with us, you would often hear, "What would John Smedley have done?" Even if you couldn't hear us, I can guarantee that we would always be thinking it. Anybody that comes to visit the castle is astounded at the quality of the work that has already been done. Many developers looking for a quick buck could have gone down easy or cheaper routes, but this has never been an option to us. We are a local family wanting the best for our local landmark. The best materials and workmanship have been used throughout. We know a lot of people, some in this room tonight, are passionate about Ryber Castle, and none more so than my family. My father first decided on his ambition to own Ryber Castle many years ago. Quite an ambition for the son of a miner from Mulgrave. Through hard work and determination, he turned his ambition into reality some years later. Matlock's landmark is owned by a local family, passionately restored, and is going to be around for years to come. Tourists visiting Matlock in future decades will still be able to see the castle on the hill. If anybody asks my children or future grandchildren about Ryber Castle, I'm proud to be able to say that we're all part of its history. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. That was helpful. Adam, I think you're going to present this application.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep this short, trying to ensure we get through as much business as possible. A lot of the main issues were just raised by the speakers there. Obviously, this is a very important site, possibly one of the most iconic sites in the entire district, arguably, and a very important development. As we were discussing in previous applications, this is another planning site where there is an extant planning permission, which we have to take into account as material planning consideration. In 2006, that planning permission was granted by the Secretary of State. And this development, the new dwellings within the grounds of the castle were granted as enabling development, which means that that development, by definition, was unacceptable, but only acceptable because it secured the conservation of the castle. And as we saw on site yesterday, the works of the castle are now nearing completion. Now that permission is extant, and that is a material consideration. This application retains the quantum of development and the overall layout, and relates to the dwellings within the grounds that were approved through conversion and new build, and includes new elements, as the applicant set out, including the bathhouse, or the use of the bathhouse as a spa, the provision of a new Unit 1, in place of the dwelling that was within the bathhouse, a link between the castle and the outbuildings, an orangery, as stated in the position where historically there was an orangery, and a subterranean car park, which enables cars to be moved from the front of the castle. This proposal has come forward through extensive negotiations through officers and the conservation officer with the applicant. And the key issue in the consideration of this application is the impact of this development upon the significance of the castle and the setting of the World Heritage Site. Officer's view, and the view of our conservation officer, is that the development will not harm the setting of the castle or the castle, and the development will deliver some enhancements, particularly from removing those cars from the front wall and by allowing the bathhouse to be returned to its historic use. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions, member Councillor Whitehead.
Thanks, Adam. Just a quick question. Could I just ask for a bit of clarity, because after listening to the speakers, I'm a bit confused about what I'm kind of looking to pass. Am I just passing some minor amendments to a previous plan and an orangery, or am I looking to pass the whole plan with these new build houses included?
So the original planning permission was for the conversion of the castle to flats, 26 flats, and for the erection of 20 dwellings within the grounds through a combination of conversion and new builds. So that planning permission is in place and extant. This application is a full application just for the new dwellings within the grounds, so the dwellings through conversion and dwellings through new build.
The 11. Is it 11 dwellings?
Yeah, so it's 20 in total. So it's
right.
And those other elements.
Okay, so follow-up question. No affordable housing? Bit of a theme tonight. I don't understand.
It is a theme.
Why is there no affordable housing in this scheme?
Is
this a difficult build as well, or expensive groundwork? I don't know what sort of precedent we're setting, and is this something that us as a council, to you as officers, we need to start setting a new mindset in terms of how we appraise these things?
The answer to the question is because the 2006 permission is extant, and that didn't include any affordable housing. So the quantum of development has planning permission without any affordable housing, and that's a material consideration that we have to take into account. So in terms of the units, we are talking about changes to the specific design and specific location of those units, but the overall quantum of development is the same. And the objective of the development was to deliver the minimum development necessary to secure the conservation of the castle. And in 2006, that did require viability testing. And if you require affordable housing to be provided, then to make that balance, you're going to need more development to secure the investment in the castle.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure we agree with that.
That's the logic that officers are applying. But
is that logic correct though? Because is that just a logic you've assumed yourself, or are you instructed, or is that guidance that you're following? It seems like that it's a mindset within how we work as a local authority, and the mindset is that we don't push for affordable housing. But I certainly feel that is a mindset that needs to change.
Any further questions? Councillor Burfoot.
I think for the benefit of people here, I think we need to be clear exactly what extant planning permission means and how much weight we have to give to that.
Yeah, so all extant planning permission means is a live planning permission. So that will never lapse. That can be built out as long as it's built out in accordance with what was approved at the time. That planning permission and what it granted is there and can be built out. And one of the options available to the developer, if, for example, planning permission was refused today, would be to just carry on with that development. And that's something we have to take into account as a material consideration.
Yes, I should add to that. It should be taken into account, but that is not the same as it has to be accepted. So there's a nuance there. Councillor Buttle.
Thank you. I worry about the crenellations. I love those crenellations. They've been part of my life since I was a nipper. You come down here and you get downtown. It's up there on the skyline, and I love it. It's one of the things I really like about just being here.
Neil, it's getting late. Can you focus on the question, please?
Okay, right. When we're moving a building closer to the wall, we're losing crenellations because the top edge is eating into the skyline and we lose the break of line. Now, I'd be happy if it was next to the wall and it had a roof terrace, but I'm not happy with it at the moment, with it standing up against the wall. Was this taken into account? Was this, this is a Schrodinger's cat thing, isn't it? We're either going to go with the old one or the new one, but we can't have both. The old one kept the crenellations. What is it about this particular one that makes you think it's worth losing crenellations?
I think I was talking about plot 1, which I've put up on the screen. Plot 4 isn't within the wall garden, so I don't think that is viewed above the crenellations. I've got plot 1 up on the screen, and you can see on the middle right elevation, it's viewing it from outside the wall. And this plot on the approved scheme was in a different position within the wall garden. And part of it was 2-storey, and part of that 2-storey was looking over the wall, or what was proposed to be a wall which faces the castle. So where we were stood on site, there would have been an element of that dwelling that you would have seen above that wall. Obviously, this design has incorporated element looking out over the main castle wall. Our view as officers is that it's acceptable and won't harm the significance or setting of the castle because it has been designed with lightweight and recessive materials. And just to confirm what I mean by that, lightweight, I would say, is the glazed section, the glazed link, and the recessive materials. You can't really see it very well on that plan, but the bit on the right is metal with windows. So above in the crenellations there are windows. You just can't see them in that plan very well, unfortunately. So that could be a recessive colour, or any colour. I spoke to the applicant on site after members left, and that could be finished any colour members wanted. So if a lighter colour which reflected the sky was considered acceptable, then that could be conditioned as well. Hope that answers the question.
It does answer my question. And do we have any specifications for the reflectivity of the light of the glass? I know that you can sort of set your glass at 27.7% reflectivity if you want that. Do we have any? Have we made any inroads into that as a method forward, or are we just expecting it to go through?
Well, the details are reserved by condition. My view is probably non-reflective glass would probably be better. Just so you don't pick it out in the sunlight if you happen to be getting that reflection. And with the metal, obviously the colour finish can be agreed, but also whether that's a gloss finish or a satin finish or a matte finish could all be controlled.
Final question: have we still got a helicopter pad, and how does that fit into our sustainability?
That's been omitted. Yeah.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Buttle stole my thunder. I was going to talk about crenellations as well. Well, I would say when it comes to the motion, I would like to include that the condition a light-coloured material that will reflect the sky. So I would think of something like satinized aluminium or the colour, that sort of colour. But my question is about conditioning the emergency access, and can we put a condition on it that will be continuing, so that if the applicant wants to change the access for emergency vehicles to a regular access, they have to come back to this committee or to you?
Yes, it was mentioned that I've included a condition. And yes, we can maintain it in perpetuity. Where that lane comes in, there is a gate there already, which I suspect is part of the listing. So I expect the easiest way would just simply to be retaining that gate, repairing it if necessary, and obviously closing it. I'd like to see some mechanism for how emergency vehicles, I presume emergency vehicles will only use it if for some reason the main access was blocked and they have to come in from another way. So obviously using the main access would be the preferred route. But I'd like to get some idea about how the emergency services are going to be able to use that, but stopping other members of the public using it. Yeah.
Councillor Maelstrom.
Do we have any information on light pollution? I know it's touched on in the Wildlife Trust comments, but I haven't seen anything specifically about how this is going to be lit at night, which is obviously a concern. We've already got Ecobat lit up like an airport after dark. And light pollution in this rural area is an issue for wildlife and people.
We don't have any specific information with the application. I think part of what we'd be looking at is, in terms of external lighting, would be low-powered down lighting, and as little as possible that's required for safety purposes. Obviously, with the dwellings themselves, with the windows, you will get the typical amount of light that you get from that. And that would be broadly similar to the scheme that's already got planning permission. But in terms of external lighting within the grounds, I think that should be the minimum possible.
Any further questions? We'll move into debate. And we have a recommendation to approve the application. Do we have a proposer for a recommendation as set out, or with a slight amendment?
Chair, I'll propose it as set out, with the additional condition on the colour of the above the crenellations, so that it reflects similar colour to the sky above, and also just to confirm that the condition about emergency access to the site.
Yeah. Can I just see if we have a seconder for that first? Councillor Walker, yes.
Yes, I'd like to second that. I agree with the amendments. Thank you.
Chris, I think you had a comment.
Just very quickly, the sky is different colours at different times of the day, and
I don't think that's precise enough. My view on this is
Okay, cloud colour, reflective.
But in a dark sky, a white or a light colour is going to be very apparent in wider views. My view is a recessive colour, which is consistent with all of the other panelling on the other buildings on site, would be a more appropriate way forward. Recessive means that you'll still view the crenellations and the walls, and you shouldn't really notice what's behind it if it's a dark recessive finish. That would be my suggestion there. I think sky colour is just too ambiguous in terms of what that actually means.
Okay, I take your point. Yeah, but it needs to be, when you look at it in daylight, it has to be light against. It has to be the same sort of lightness as the sky, and that's probably going to be a greyish colour rather than a bluish colour. And at night, if there's no light for it to reflect off it, so it should appear dark against the dark sky. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I think we can try and incorporate that into an appropriate finish.
Do we have any further contributions, Councillor Lees?
I think slate grey is the colour you're looking for. No, totally agree with all the comments, and I think we was very fortunate, those of us that were on the site visits yesterday, to see yet another wonderful development coming forward. And I think it was the workmanship, the craftsmanship that's going on there is remarkable. So I'm fully in favour of this. Thank you.
Clearly, Councillor Lee has got his name down for one of the apartments. Councillor Maelstrom.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering, should we also be conditioning the Derbyshire Wildlife Trust conditions at 5.2? I don't think they're actually listed in the list of proposed conditions.
I think I did include them.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right. These bamboozled me, to be honest. It was quite hard work making sure all the conditions were covered and they all work with the original permission. But I'm pretty sure they are in there.
So yeah. all the conditions at 5.2 will be in. Thank you.
Any further contributions to debate? Councillor Slack.
Just a quick one. It's just a credit to the people what's doing the renovation. It's a fantastic job and it's restoring it to its former glory. So very, very well done what you've already done. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we have a motion to approve with a slight variation to the conditions set down in the report, which has been seconded. All those in favour, please show. All those who are against, and anyone who is abstaining. Are you abstaining, sir?
I am abstaining because I don't think we've considered carefully enough this this building. I think it's plot 1 that appears above the what do you call it, the up and down thing. Forgotten what you called it. I just don't think we've given enough consideration to that.
Right, that motion is carried and the application is therefore approved. We now move on to the sister application, which is the listed building application, which covers the same proposals. I don't know whether any of the previous speakers want to speak again. Okay, does the applicant? Mr. Wright, do you want to speak again? Adam, would you like to introduce the listed building application briefly, please?
Yes, just to say this is for the works associated with the development we've just looked at. I'm happy to answer any questions on the works. Thank you.
Do members have any questions? No, if not, we'll move into debate. We have a recommendation to approve the listed building consent. Would someone like to move that? Councillor Whitehead?
Yeah, I'm happy to move that, Chair. No comment though.
Councillor Stack, you wish to second? Anyone want a contribution to the debate? Have all those in favour of the motion to approve? All those against? And those abstaining? That is noted. That listed building consent application is approved. Thank you. Right, members, we still have 4 applications to go, and it's now just gone 25 to 10. Can I ask the mood of the meeting, do you want to determine all 4, or do you want to finish at 10?
Chair, move that we determine all 4.
Do we wish to have a vote on that? All those in favour of determining all the applications? Anyone not in favour? Right, that is carried. He says enthusiastically.
Excuse me, Chair. After the next application, I'll have to go. Sorry.
Understood. No, we voted to consider, but to reach a decision on all 4 remaining applications.
Can I just make a point of order and maybe a note to our officers? This is the 3rd planning committee that I've attended. I'm relatively new councillor. These agendas are too heavy, far too heavy. So can we take a note to look at the structure of how these meetings are run, and also a consideration of the frequency? Because if they have to move to monthly, I would prefer to do a monthly meeting for 2 hours a month than sit here for 4 hours in absolutely roasting heat. I don't think it's a good way to do business. So can we take that as a note, and can we come back with a proposal to do something about it?
That is noted. I would like to move on, but I do take the point seriously.
Can I add to that, Chair? We used to have special meetings. This should have been a special meeting. It was too much, same as the site visit yesterday, all them hours out there. You know, it's too much. It's got to go back to like it used to be. Trying to push too much in a day.
Those points are noted. I'm going to move on now to the application at Brooklands House, Grove Lane in Durbridge. This is for the change of use of an agricultural field for use as a driver training facility for excavators, and the conversion of a mobile chicken shed to form classrooms associated with the training facility. I think we have any late representations, do we? No, we a speaker. Yes, we have Miss Katie Baker to speak in favour of the application.
I'm Katie Baker, and I own the training company looking to utilise the land outlined in this application. I was first introduced to the applicants 9 months ago and learnt of their situation, and I couldn't even begin to imagine how it must have felt to have lost everything that they've worked so hard for in a matter of days. As a small family business myself, I fully sympathise with the applicants' need to diversify, and despite the sad and unfortunate situation that they found themselves in, the opportunity provides a lifeline for them to restart their passion and their business. I admire the resilience the applicant has shown throughout the process, and we have formed strong working relationships during this time. There's actually a lot of synergy between both of our businesses. Although we are a specialist plant training provider, we are across many disciplines, including agricultural, and we have skilled resource in this discipline, as well as plant and equipment on hand to support the applicant in restarting farming activity. But most importantly, we are providing financial support which will allow the applicant to weather any potential future storms from this diversification plan. This application is of particular importance to my company. As we have seen and heard much debate tonight around suitability of sites for development, most are unaffordable or unsuitable for our particular application as a small business. We have been looking for a suitable premise for 2 years. The land in this planning application is well suited in terms of its landscape and also its location. The location is very central for strengthening our operations and improving our service to the industries that we serve. My training team is at the heart of everything that we do. They are highly skilled and not easily come by due to the niche sector we operate within. They live in Staffordshire, Derbyshire, North West Leicestershire and Warrington. The location in Doveridge is very central and in turn will reduce our carbon footprint and provide a sustainable work-life balance for all. In addition, if we consider the wider economic and community value, the site being centrally located in the Midlands will serve to provide increased accessibility for skill training to be delivered to individuals from all over the Midlands and the North East and West of England. This is of particular importance, especially given the recent news of HS2 and the government's promise to reinvest these savings into new infrastructure projects within this area. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. We now have Mr. David Poyser, the applicant, who's going to speak in favour of his proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to give you a quick rundown on why my wife and I are looking for your support on our application. I'm not very good at speaking, so please bear with me. My name is Dave Poyser. I was brought up on the farm where we live and where the application is. Over the years, I've milked cows, reared beef animals, and run a £3,000 pig fattening unit before actually settling into free-range chickens for free-range eggs. The chickens suited me better than the bigger animals because unfortunately I lost half my leg in a farming accident, which obviously has left me disabled. But farming and looking after animals was my passion and I would not give up. My wife and I loved the chickens and loved producing free-range eggs. So in 2019 we got our own packing license so we could sell some of our eggs privately. We worked hard and built up an egg round, delivering our fresh free-range eggs to shops and restaurants all around Ashbourne, Derby, Burton, Hatton, Hilton, Yoxall and Uttoxeter. Although we struggled with the supermarkets dictating a lower price all the time, the business was running well up until the Ukraine war broke out. The war pushed the chicken feed price to nearly double the amount, but our egg price stayed the same. With the struggle of paying for the chicken feed, we borrowed more money off the bank to keep our business running and to keep providing free-range eggs, hoping the egg price would rise. But the supermarkets kept the price of the eggs down for at least a year, which by this time we were heavily in debt. The week the egg price started to go up turned out to be one of the worst weeks of my life, as our hens caught avian influenza, which was sweeping across the country. This is a deadly disease that birds catch and is brought into the country by migrating birds and is spread very easily. We suffered the loss of over 15,000 birds in 3 days and all our egg business was gone. You will never know how devastating this was for me and my family, and it still haunts me today. The government only give compensation to the farmer for any birds that are left alive when their government team get to you. It took them 3 days to get to us, and there was only 688 birds left alive, which we were paid £1,407.45 compensation for. Nothing but an insult in my eyes. Left with a lot of debt and no business, we had to put our mortgage on hold as we had brought the farm off my family, and we had to come up with a plan on how to pay money back that we had borrowed. The government know how hard farming is becoming because they are encouraging farmers to diversify in any way they can for an additional income so our UK farms can keep running. And that's exactly what we are trying to do with this application. This will provide an additional income to get our farm back on track. And if DOTS, the training company, were there today, they would be having nothing but a positive impact for their business and ours, and not one negative impact on anyone else. The site sits up the side already sits up the side of a noisy A50. We have noise from a small runway over the road over the other side of the Grove Lane, with microlights taking off and landing at weekends. We have a visual impact of the solar farm, the other side of the A50, and the ARA Business Park further up Grove Lane towards the village. And anyone that thinks that this site should remain agriculture, which I know there is because of a complaint from the villager, I challenge them to come and invest their money into buying the equipment and the chickens, work 7 days a week, producing eggs and then sell them for a profit, and do all this after losing their leg in a farm machine and being left disabled. We do welcome condition 3 by the case officer, which will restrict the use of the site by ourselves or the sublet to DOTS. However, the use shall remain ancillary to the agricultural operations at Brooklands House Farm. I would like to ensure members that the site will be returned to its current condition should the diversification scheme cease operation. Please
I must ask you to sum up, please.
Yeah. Please support this application and help stop a long-running family farm from being split up and sold off through no fault of our own. As you can see, I've put a lot of investment, hard work, and nearly lost my life on this farm, all to produce top quality food for this country. And we're asking for your support to pass this tonight.
Thank you very much. I must apologise again, members. We did have a late representation, so I take Councillor Whitehead's and Councillor Slack's note about the lateness, which made me forget it. And I apologise to the resident who submitted their late representation. It's on your sheet here. Basically, what it says: I'm shocked and horrified that the application is proposed to be approved with conditions here. I think it has no relevance or fit with its setting or purpose. I cannot understand what criteria would permit this application given its setting and its extreme proximity of metres to a formalised conservation area. The resident also goes on to make raise some issues about the notification, and there is an officer response which will be covered when our officers report on the application. So Chris, if you want to introduce this, please.
Yes, I'll keep this succinct, Chair. The applicant has eloquently set out his predicament, and I'm sure he wouldn't like to go down the diversification route, but he's found that he's had no choice given his financial situation. Officers have worked with the applicant to look at the existing business, and we could see that prior to avian influenza that the egg production enterprise on site was a profitable business, and that this operation wouldn't replace farming. The prevailing income would still be in farming if it was operating at the same levels it was prior to that unfortunate event. One thing members will need to consider, but before I go there, in terms of setting out the development proposal, there is an egg production building on site that members will have looked at yesterday. This is a parcel of land that forms part of the applicant's wider holding with other buildings for such purpose. This application seeks to repurpose that existing building, so to have training facilities within it, classrooms and new segregations within the building so that it can be used for the intended purposes. The remainder of the development is operational or engineering development within the field itself, with the outer or the perimeter of the field remaining in agricultural use. You can see on the plan in front of you that the extent of the bunded areas which will be used by excavating equipment and machinery is as set out on the plan. There's also a rail area where there'll be excavators that will be on rails that would provide a facility for people that operate that type of machinery and equipment to train on the site. Now, one thing members will need to consider is this application is for farm diversification, and the policy does require that such proposals are acceptable where they do not replace or prejudice farming activity on the rest of the farm. The applicant has indicated that there'll be a lease arrangement with the proposed operator, and that would initially be for a 5-year period. Members need to consider whether they're happy with the condition as drafted, which condition 3 in this particular case, which requires that the operation of that facility is only operated by the applicant or sublet by them and remain ancillary to the agricultural operations of Brooklands House Farm. So they may have members may have comfort that that suitably controls the development and will ensure that it is farm diversification acceptable development in that respect going forward. Alternatively, if we consider the current predicament and that additional income is required to supplement farming on site, we could look at a temporary permission, which gives permission for a 5-year period, and then we'd review that position at that time in terms of whether it was appropriate for ongoing employment use on the site if it wasn't required in respect of the diversification. But that's something for members to consider. We feel that condition 3 as drafted is suitably robust, but if members feel that there's a risk here that we could approve an unrestricted employment use indefinitely on site, there is an option for a temporary permission to be granted. And the applicant has indicated their preference is for the development to be approved in accordance with the condition as drafted, but as a last resort, if it was only acceptable on the basis of being a temporary permission, they would accept the revised condition that we've proposed. Further, if members were minded to approve this application, we haven't had the detailed archaeological desk-based assessment to this stage, so it would be a resolution this evening that gives authority to officers that upon receipt of that assessment and any requirement for further investigation or recording is suitably controlled by condition. So it'd be subject to the decision will be authority will be delegated to officers to impose any necessary conditions following receipt and verification of that assessment. Happy to take questions.
Questions, Councillor Slack, you have a question.
It was Chris has explained it all really. I'm going to move the application because I read, we were there yesterday, I've seen the site and everything, and it's acceptable to me.
I'll second that motion. Before we do that, do we have any further questions?
Could I just clarify, it's accepting the officer's recommendation as drafted with the condition as drafted, not on the basis that it'd be a temporary permission. Yeah, okay.
Right, we have a proposal from Councillor Slack, seconded by Councillor Burton to approve that slightly amended set of conditions. Does anyone else want to contribute to the debate? No, we'll move to a vote. Can all those show in favour of the recommendation? Anybody against? I don't think so. No abstentions, so that is approved unanimously and the application is therefore granted. Thank you. Right, our next application is for land to the west side of Derby Lane in Snitterton. This is an outline application of up to 3 dwelling houses with an approval is sought for the access to the site. We do have some late comments received from the Highway Authority on your sheet there. Save you time reading that. They basically say they've no objections, subject to some conditions relating to visibility displays. Now we do have one speaker in respect to this application. This is Mr. Filer, the agent, who has 5 minutes to speak in favour.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your time this evening, and I agree with Mr. Whitehead's comment that it's certainly hot in here this evening. The proposal before us tonight is for an outline application for 3 bungalows to the west side, to the south of Derby Lane in Edmonston. site is on the extremities of the village, which takes into consideration a field corner that is not used for agricultural purposes because of the way large farming agricultural activity takes place these days, that it's an area of scrubland in part and an area of a headland. Therefore, it's only farmed in part because large agricultural machinery can't get there. In terms of scale, it's a modest scheme in line with previous developments in Snitterton over the past 20 or 30 years. There has been developments for 4, 5, 6 houses at a time. So it is thought that this sort of modest scheme on the edge of the village provides an opportunity for local people to downsize and stay there or move back to the village. The site isn't far from A52, giving good access to local and major sort of transportation networks. There is also a bus route at the end of that road, which is 200 metres away, which takes it to the town of town of Ashbourne and Derby. Further up the road is the village of Brailsford, where there are local amenities such as a village shop, a village hall, school. There is also a public house in Edmiston itself as well. There have been several consultations, as I'm sure the planning officer will tell you later, with regards to highways, the DWT, the tree officer, and they've all come back. And the Guardian's latest highways report you've read yourselves this evening has all come back positive in terms of there's no objections. All the services are in the adjoining public highway. So if this scheme was to be favoured and passed this evening, there wouldn't be a need to create. It could be delivered sustainably and quickly with not as much disruption on the village as you'd expect for a scheme like this. There hasn't been any new builds in new houses built in Edmiston for the last 10-15 years or so. So this, in my opinion, and the applicant's opinion, is sort of a natural extension of the village. It is on the peripheries of the village as well, so it's a natural extension to it. This is an outline application, so the local authority do have full control over its design and how it's styled, etc., etc. Hence, reserved matters can be reserved for a later date. It is noted that the local authority don't have a 5-year land supply. However modest this scheme is, it does go some way to mitigate that. The reason the application has been largely brought forward is that there are no real similar property types in Edmiston. Sorry, I'll rephrase that. Edmiston has a mixed property type with as you said earlier, Derbyshire has an ageing demographic. So translate that into Edmiston, there is a lot of larger houses in Edmiston who have single occupancy. However, the residents and local people want to remain in the locality. This proposal will allow them to do that, freeing up their houses for family use and sort of repurposing. I think, on the whole, it's a sort of it's a modest scheme that's a natural extension to the village. There has been some concern about flooding in the adjoining public highway. It is noted that it is in a flood zone 1, and there is a large drain located there to take any surface water off it, and it is, I think, the natural camber of the road that allows sort of standing water to locate in the wrong place, really. Obviously, any drainage scheme would be a matter for the local authority, so that could be.
Can you draw to a conclusion?
I can. I feel that it's a modest scheme in Edmiston. The reason I've previously outlined, I'd like to thank the committee for the time this evening.
Thank you. Who's introducing this one? Sarah. Thank you.
Obviously, we went on site. and really I'll keep it brief, but it's an outline proposal. It's looking at the principle of development on this site with only access to be agreed at this stage. All other matters would be reserved for a future application. It's the officer's view that in this settlement where there is no actual settlement boundary and only limited infill and consolidation of the existing built framework of the settlement is acceptable, that this doesn't constitute infill and consolidation. It's considered to encroach and intrude into the countryside. I tried to show you on the aerial photograph of how the settlement sits. It's not very easy to see, unfortunately, but yeah, you know, it's one of the entrances into the village, and my photographs show that it's very open, and the land over to the east is also open. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Questions from members? Councillor Maelstrom.
Just quickly on the plan that I'm looking at, there's a little square in the middle of the plot. Is there any building on this land at all? It's not clear to me.
No, there isn't.
There isn't. Thank you.
Any further questions, Councillor Buttle?
You say that it's not in a defined settlement because the settlement isn't defined because the local plan hasn't got an edge on it for this settlement. So it's kind of, we're just saying, is it sprawl? And I think it might be. But will the next local plan, when we're trying to stick loads more houses into the district, be bringing together big developments, or will we be looking at lots of little developments? And if we're looking at lots of little developments, wouldn't this sort of thing be what we'd be thinking about? So I accept wholeheartedly that we should stop it now, but will we want to stop it in the future?
That's part of the settlement hierarchy. It's been classed as a tier 5, where it doesn't have facilities for day-to-day living. You're reliant on the car, and so at the moment it's a settlement that we wouldn't want to encourage expansion of, which is why it's saying limited infill and consolidation, and that's the decision you've got to make tonight as to whether you consider that to be the case.
Councillor Slack.
Thank you, Chair. Sarah, if there was a settlement boundary and affordable housing is accepted outside the settlement boundary, isn't it? But how do we go on when there's no settlement boundary?
Just answering that question briefly, Councillor, it's like this application is for open market housing. There are policies that deal with exception sites, but we're not dealing with that type of proposal here.
So it doesn't apply. It's not affordable.
Well, it's not an exception site, and it's not within a settlement. It's whether it's appropriate consolidation and infill within the existing settlement. Yeah, that's the judgment.
Any further questions from members? No, we're going to move into debate. We have a recommendation to refuse.
Chair, I will formally move the officer recommendation. Whilst it is a modest scheme, I, from the site visit, was personally of the view that this is encroachment. Perhaps if it had been just one across from what looked like almost a former village hall, but there was something about it that I wasn't comfortable with, and I think the officer has outlined correctly within planning criteria why it's not acceptable, so I so move.
Anyone wish to second? Councillor Dobbs, you were first, I think.
I'm happy to second. Yes, I think if I had to expand Ednaston, it wouldn't be there.
Further contributions? Councillor Hughes?
Yeah, I think a slight amplification of that. It's the fact that it goes onto another road, so it's on a corner. If the corner plot, perhaps, but going right round the corner introduces the opportunity for further encroachment out of a ribbon development along that road, which hasn't got houses on either side at this stage. Thank you.
Anybody else want to contribute? I think I will add my own comment. I think about this application, and I would be supportive of a more modest development on this site. I think Edison does have a business centre. It does have a pub. So to say it's totally without facilities, I think is not quite correct. And I think it is important that we continue to allow villages to thrive in an acceptable way. So with that comment, we have a recommendation to refuse, which has been seconded. Can we show all those in favour? Any against? I don't think so. Any abstentions? No. So that is carried and the application is refused.
Chair, I'm going to have to give apologies. I have to be in Birmingham at 8:30 tomorrow morning, so I'll be getting up about 5:30. So I can't stay any longer.
Yeah. Yes. Kinnick, your comments of earlier are well noted. Moving to the other end of the other end of the local authority planning area now, going into Darley Dale, 82 Oak Avenue, where we have an application for the demolition of one dwelling house, and its replacement with the erection of 4 apartments, which have an associated parking and access. We have one speaker. We have Mr. Matt Hubbard, who's going to speak in favour of the application. And you say you have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Planning permission is sought by way of this application for the demolition of the existing semi-detached dwelling and the redevelopment of the site with 4 apartments. The apartments would all benefit from a communal garden to the rear, off-street car parking to the front. Space would also be provided for bin storage, bike storage, a closed drying area, and space for the provision of the proposed air source heat pumps. The apartments would be accessed via a central stairwell, with the 2 units to the north replicating the form and scale of the dwelling to be demolished, and with the 2 units to the south angled away to conform to the building line established by the existing dwellings to the south. Due to the levels of the site, the development will step down towards the south, which will not only address the topography of the area, but will give the impression that the southern part of the development is subservient to the dwelling that will be replaced. This was expressed as a preference by the planning officer dealing with the previous planning application at this site. The planning officer's report that is before you assesses the proposed development in terms of its impact on neighbouring properties, its impact on the character and appearance of the area, on grounds of highway safety, and in relation to all other planning matters. You will see from this that his careful assessment of the proposal concludes that, due to the scale of the proposed development and the layout of the accommodation to be provided, there are no concerns in relation to neighbour privacy and amenity. The case officer is also of the opinion that the development would not result in any harm to the character and appearance of the wider street scene, subject to the use of appropriate materials and subject to some minor elevational changes, which are set out in condition 12 of the report before you. It is noted that there are local concerns in relation to parking, hence the involvement of transport engineers in the production of the layout plan and the provision of a technical note on this matter that forms part of the planning application. These details show that the parking layout and turning areas are appropriate for the development proposed, which has been endorsed by the Highway Authority in their consideration of the planning application. The existing landscaping is being retained where possible and enhanced accordingly as shown on the submitted layout plan. Planning conditions will ensure the retention of these elements during the construction of the apartments. There will be no adverse impact on any protected species as confirmed by Derbyshire Wildlife Trust. Darley-Dale is identified as a Tier 2 settlement within the local plan, where development that reduces the need to travel and which promotes sustainable communities is considered appropriate. The principle of the proposed development is therefore acceptable in this location and complies with policies S2 and S3 of the local plan accordingly. The report before you also shows that the application has been considered in light of other relevant local plan policies, the Darley-Dale Neighbourhood Plan, the MPPF and the MPPG, and on all counts has been found to be policy compliant. We are of the opinion that this minor development is wholly acceptable for the site on which it is to be constructed, and by reason of its careful design and appropriate scale, will be entirely acceptable in relation to the neighbouring properties and the wider area in general. For these reasons, we commend this application, this development, and in light of the report and recommendation that is before you, hope that this planning application can be approved accordingly. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Howard, for being so concise. Adam, I think you're going to introduce the item.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This site is in Darley-Dale, where new housing development such as this is acceptable in principle. It's quite an unusual application in that it's proposing to demolish one half of an existing semi-detached house and replace that with 4 flats, broken in the middle, as you can see as it cranks around the corner. The key issues in officers' view are whether the design is acceptable in the street scene, whether it's going to have an acceptable impact on the character of the area, impact on amenity and highway safety. Bear in mind the principle is acceptable. Officers have looked at the design and the impact on the amenity of neighbours quite carefully, and adequate parking is provided as well. In officers' view, it would be an appropriate design response for this corner plot, and it, as stated by the speaker, it reflects the building line and would deliver additional housing at a time where the council is unable to demonstrate a 5-year supply. So officers are recommending approval. Happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Burford. Peter, could you turn your microphone off?
Oh, sure. Well, I think I agree that this is a really unusual application. I don't think we've had anything quite like this before. But what I wanted to just ask about was the status of number 84 Ochre Avenue. Is it owner occupied? Is it rented? And if it's rented, who's it rented from? And have they expressed a view?
We don't have information on.
From the site visit yesterday, the adjoining property is a tenanted property, so Platform Housing own the property, but it's a tenant that lives in that particular dwelling.
So have Platform given a view, seeing as they own it?
Well, in terms of publicity and publicity requirements, we have written to neighbours within 10 metres of development sites. The current occupants of the property will have been notified, and a site notice will have been erected. But whether or not Platform Housing as property owners will have been notified of the application will very much depend on whether the current tenants have informed them. But we wouldn't have written to them directly as a matter of course.
Chair, can members be reminded or brought to the attention the view of the Darley-Dale Town Council?
Sorry, who was next? Councillor Dobbs, were you next?
Thank you, Chair. This would be 1 3-bed semi becoming 4 flats. Is that consistent with local housing demand?
For a development of this scale, our requirement for housing mix to be a certain spread of housings doesn't apply. That would only apply for more than 10. So we've not considered that in this case.
Just to clarify, but is there a significant demand? Is the demand for 1-bed flats not fulfilled in Darley-Dale?
There is certainly a huge demand for more affordable properties in Darley-Dale, which this would fall under, yes.
Councillor Shelley.
Thank you. I think my reading of some of the housing reports we've been fed recently for the local plan indicates that in fact there's a sufficient supply of 1-bed flats, but I just pose that as a slight challenge to you. I'm not expecting a reasoned answer at this time of night. My concern is more about the car parking again. I'm just clarifying this. So I think from the view you've got there, can I see 3 car parking spaces rather than 4? Is that right?
There is a 4th if you look just to the south of the planting, hidden away there.
Okay, all right. Even including that, so there's an expectation then that any visiting vehicles would be parking on the street, and that's acceptable in these circumstances?
Yeah, 1 parking space for a 1-bedroom flat is within our standards, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Buttle.
I presume the Party Wall Act will be addressed to the tenant, but will the platform be informed?
Yes, the party wall provisions would apply to the owner of the property, so platform housing would need to be engaged at that point and decide on appropriate treatment of that boundary wall and any works to it.
Is there a likelihood that the neighbour will actually benefit by modern standards being applied to their wall in common?
It was something that was mentioned on site, and I'm unable to confirm one way or another, but the applicant on site did indicate that the walls between the property were not significant or substantial in nature, and the introduction of a second skin will have it will provide a betterment in that respect. And there's also conditions on noise mitigation as well, which we're looking to impose, so that could offer benefits as well.
Councillor Slack, you had a further question?
Yeah, it's the same question really, but just add on to that. Platform should be involved, shouldn't they, really? Because they're taking it from their side. I'm not opposed to the development, but it's just platform area. If the platform aren't involved in it, it can't be right, can it? They should be informed.
Yeah, that they will certainly be informed in terms of any works.
So we really can't approve it till one way or the other till the platform come back with their views.
That's a separate regulatory or separate process. It's not related to the planning decision that we make. Whilst we can grant permission for developments to be carried out, ultimately whether that happens is a matter.
It's like to wait till platform.
Yeah, but we can grant planning permission.
Yeah. Okay.
Councillor Boynton.
I'm just curious about the alternative. If we don't grant this, I believe it's prefabricated property with a limited lifespan. And if we don't approve this tonight, what will happen with the prefabricated house that's left standing? I presume it will have to come down at some stage, potentially.
Potentially, I'm not sure exactly what the projected lifespan of these buildings are, but yes, at some stage they will need to either be significantly renovated or rebuilt. So that's not a massive consideration, but these buildings would have to be built to current building regulations. So in terms of their environmental performance, they'll be significantly better than the existing building.
Any further questions? Okay, could you put the elevations back up on the screen, Adam? A move into debate here. I think the issue before us is really one of a design considerations as to whether that design is appropriate to the streetscape and also whether the introduction of car parking spaces to the frontage there is appropriate. So I'll open this to debate. We have a recommendation from officers to approve the application. Do I have a proposal from members? Councillor Burfoot.
Yeah. Right. I'm amazed that we haven't got a policy that prevents this from happening. I haven't got any problem with the actual design of the 4 flats, but I do have lots of other problems with it. I think it will substantially change the character of the street scene. It'll be a loss of a family house, and in response to what Councillor Boynton said, it can be renovated. There are plenty of houses on Hurst Farm that have been renovated that were in this position. I think it would introduce an incongruous, I think that's probably the planning term that I'm looking for, an incongruous element in the street scene. I think it'll have an impact on whoever happens to be living in number 84, which is a family house. We've got 4 flats, so there'll be 4 separate occupants and a very small garden, and I just think that is not acceptable. So my recommendation is for refusal.
I'll second that, Chair, in the light of the comments of Darlingdale Town Council, who were unanimous in their view that's conveyed on this agenda.
Any further contributions from members? Councillor Dobbs.
Very quickly, when I first saw this, I thought this was a very clever piece of architecture, which I think it is actually. You're increasing housing density, so you're not building on another piece of grass. However, it does create a very crowded site. It's a great shame that they couldn't do the same the other side, and I'd be interested to see if Platform had been advised whether they would have opted for the same sort of option. Both those semis are on very generous plots. They have not used the corner very efficiently. But I've heard what people have said, and I can see many disadvantages, and just doing half of what might have been a very clever job is perhaps not good enough. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Buttle.
Oh, if debate, I would just say I actually quite like it. I think it sort of joins one house on one street to another house on another street, and it just sort of comes round the corner quite tidily. I'm not going to vote to oppose it. I'm going to vote to support it because I think it's quite interesting and it doesn't do a deal of damage to the locality. And we should let people get on with their lives if it doesn't really bother anybody else. And the assumption that people who live on their own are going to be problematic, I think that's not necessarily fair as well.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
I know you didn't say that. I absolutely know you didn't say that. But there is, I feel there's a prejudice against people who live on their own. And although you may not have it, it does worry me that, you know, like we're avoiding dealing with people who are, you know, a little bit stretched for financially and what have you. So there we go. Said me bit.
Any further? Councillor Shelley.
I don't disagree with what you just said there, Councillor Buttle. I just think it in some ways it is the wrong, again, it's the wrong place for a very intriguing design. The rest of the road is, as you know, semi-detached or detached family homes. And what we've got here is, it's a cuckoo in the nest in a way, isn't it? And it does rather mitigate against whatever happens to number 84. So it's a partial design, and it's in slightly the wrong place for all its intriguingness. And I do come back to my point. I think the reports that we have indicate that the district as a whole, and particularly Darlingdale, actually has quite a large supply of single bedroomed accommodation already.
Councillor Slack.
I take the other view. I take Neil's view, really. I'm not opposed to it, and I think it would, in the district, there's a big shortage of single in the district. May not be in Derbyshire, but we've got to look at the whole district, and I'm not opposed to it. Providing platform, you've got to get platform to agree, of course. Thank you.
Any further contributions? If not, we have a proposal that the application is refused on the basis, I'm sure our officers will put into planning speak, on the basis it's incongruous and, let us say, adversely affects the character of the locality and Ochre Avenue in particular. Can I have a show of hands for all those who support that recommendation to refuse? All those who are against? Those who are abstaining? Read the score, Angela, please.
5, 4, 6 against and 1 abstention.
Right, so that recommendation is rejected. In these cases, we then need to move to someone to make a counter proposal, which would have to be that the application is approved, subject to any conditions you may wish to put forward.
Chairman, can I request a recorded vote, please?
Do we have a seconder for a recorded vote? Councillor Buttle. All those in favour, please show. Yeah. Okay, well, just at the moment, we don't have any proposal to record, so we would, to move out of this impasse, we've not approved that it's refused, so we would now need a counter proposal that it is approved. Do we have a proposal to that effect? Councillor Buttle.
I'll move to approve. I'll follow officer recommendation.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Walker, do you wish to speak?
Yeah, I'm prepared to second that motion, but it does look strange. But I still go along with it with the council's suggestion recommendation.
Do we have any other contributions to the debate? Anyone want to? No. We will then move to the vote. We have a motion to approve the application with the conditions as stated. All those in favour, please show. Sorry, it's recorded vote. Apologies yet again. Angela, can you take us through a recorded vote alphabetically again?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Boynton. Councillor Burfoot.
Against.
Councillor Burton.
Against.
Councillor Buttle. Councillor Dobbs.
Abstain.
Councillor Edward Walker. Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Maelstrom. Councillor O'Brien.
Against.
Councillor Shelley.
Against.
Councillor Slack.
For. I haven't voted, Chair.
Oh, sorry, Councillor, I've missed you out of it. Sorry, Councillor Lees. Yeah, I have. Sorry, Councillor Lees.
Against.
Thank you, Angela. Can you read out the result of the recorded vote?
So we've got 6 for, 5 against and 1 abstention.
So that motion is carried and the application is approved. Thank you. I thank you for patience and for the residents who've waited until 10:30 this evening. I do apologise for that. Our final application is in Matlock, 31 Bank Road. This is a full application for the conversion and alteration of an outbuilding to the rear of 31 Bank Road and the installation of new and replacement roof lights.
Can we delay until he comes back so he can take part in the vote?
Yes, would you like to go and ask him to hurry up? No, you're out of the room, so we can. Mr. Kemp, if you want to be in position to speak. Someone like to sing us a song too. Yeah, I think I'm going to move to. Well, I'm going to while Roger's out. We'll jump to the final item, which is to look at the appeals. This is always interesting. We have three. You'll note there are three appeals, all of which have been dismissed. One of which is an enforcement appeal, which is always good to see enforcement appeals dismissed. So congratulations to our officers on their success rate there. Would someone like to move receipt of the report on appeals? Councillor Lees, thank you. Councillor Dobbs, all those in favour? Anybody against? Anybody against? Anyone dare to abstain? No, that is carried. Right, we're now moving on to our last application, which I've already introduced. We have one speaker to speak against the application.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm in awe of your stamina. We're very sympathetic with our neighbours' desire to use their outbuilding, but this proposal will totally affect our privacy and outlook and reduce light levels. We both live in Victorian Terrace, just up Bank Road here, and the slope of Bank Road allows us all to have a series of small, very private sunken gardens for each of the properties, which are only overlooked by small bathroom or bedroom windows. This application proposes to change this by first actually raising the floor of their outbuilding, removing most of the pitched slate roof, and then constructing a 3.5 metre high flat roofed structure. It'll be the only flat roofed structure in the entire terrace. The application also proposes to install two very large bifold glass doors in the northwest elevation of the building, and the tops of these glass doors will be almost 3 metres high and will look directly into our sunken garden 4 metres below, which would create an adverse overbearing effect and cause a loss of our privacy and outlook. The planning report says in 7.10 that this would not be significant because of the wall between us, but we would disagree if you look at photo 1 taken from our garden when we submitted our objection. The slope of Bank Road makes it very difficult to get a real appreciation of the effect, and I know you visited 31 yesterday, but unless you see it from our garden, it's very difficult to see the effect of this large glass doors on 31. It'll be less intrusive if the floor was not raised, so that the height of the building could be reduced, as is stated in 7.11 of the planning officer's report. Alternatively, if the floor wasn't raised and the pitch roof retained but at a least steep angle, this would retain the vocabulary of the terrace, increase their usable internal space, and decrease our loss of privacy. The application further proposes to demolish an original brick wall, but these glass doors will then open directly onto a dangerous vertical drop into their sunken garden, as we show in photo 8 of our objection. We're concerned that the plans, which just state to be confirmed for the garden, will be followed up by another planning application to build a raised deck to protect against this drop, which would further affect our privacy. We're aware we have no legal right to a view, but it was very upsetting to read in the application that one reason for the proposal is to improve our neighbour's view of the adjacent hills. This improvement will be at the expense of a loss of our view and reduction in light levels for us from our kitchen, as you can see in photo 4 in our objection. Again, reducing the height of the building and either a low
flat or pitched roof would reduce this effect. In closing, we just want to reiterate that we would want our neighbours to love their house and garden as much as we do, but not at the loss of our privacy and outlook. We respectfully ask you to vote against the approval for this current application unless the height was reduced and it was clear that we wouldn't lose yet more privacy and outlook by subsequent planning application. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp, for your conciseness again. Mr. Parker, who is the applicant, is going to speak in favour of the application. And again, my apologies for the time you've had to wait for this.
Firstly, thank you very much to the committee. Oh, apologies, sorry, it's been a long night. Yeah, thank you very much firstly to the committee for their visit yesterday to see the scheme in its context and for your giving of the full 5 minutes of time, but I'll be as prescient as I can at this point in the evening. And also thank you to the planning team for their consistent communication, which is noted in the planning officer's report that led to swift dialogue with our representative architects and suitable amendments proposed for the scheme in terms of the material use above the windows. Forgive me, due to presence of time, I don't wish to respond to all of the matters that were raised by the sole objector to the scheme, which is not. I would simply reference the fact that the numbers referenced in terms of height and scale is not that's reflected in the accurate scheme, and the comments from the planning officer in their response. We really do love our home. And we're very proud to live where we live. The approach to this sort of change in the conservation area we don't take lightly. We've worked very hard for the work that we've done so far on the home to consult the likes of SPAB's hotline for any works that we've done to restore the property. This has included the public-facing area of the conservation area, the frontage, and reinstating that entirely with the original lime water, just to give an example. What we're seeking to do is simply to improve the home as a dwelling. It's been a family home for over 120 years, and we hope that the amendments that we've suggested are in keeping and proportionate to that proposal. We sought to work with a quality local architectural practice. We're working with GRT Architecture on this because of their local base and their relevant experience of working in conservation areas and schemes of greater significance with listed buildings. And we hoped that we could distill that work into a sort of proportionate and appropriate scheme. In light of that, we approached the local authority for pre-application advice, voluntarily retaining a significant section of the lean-to roof structure, both to retain the historical narrative of the building, but also to really accommodate for any such issues that might arise around light or any of these impacts. We gratefully received the advice that this was positive, and that we carried that through into the final application itself. As I say, the only officer's query we responded to swiftly and positively, and we welcome the conditions that have been applied in the officer's recommendation for approval. In terms of height and scale of the building, as is noted in the planning officer's report, what we are proposing is fairly close to what would be allowed under permitted development, and we don't think that we deviated too greatly from this approach, and have very much worked by again retaining a significant portion of that brickwork fascia, so that really, as you can see from the design of the scheme and how it's to be used, is that it's not about invading of privacy on adjacent properties, and no other concerns have been raised, but it's simply about trying to improve the legibility of it as a family home, flowing from a kitchen into a garden, and we know that we are blessed with wonderful views. The approach that we've taken is as maximum retention of existing building materials as we think that we can achieve. By sitting within the existing footprint, we're able to retain a significant proportion of stone lintels and existing brickwork, whilst, as we say, also retaining some of that roof line, so that any modern interventions are kept to a minimum, but are also done in a really positive design style that, as the conservation officer has noted in their report comments, does not result in a scheme that negatively impacts on that as the conservation area. So as I say, what we are proposing here, we have tried to find what we think is the minimum viable intervention to achieve the environmental, sort of thermal and performative quality improvement of that part of the building, which we've had to stabilise due to poor brickwork upon purchase and significant damp within that kitchen space. We see this as a package of work that's in keeping with what we're trying to do, which is keep it as a wonderfully beautiful historical home, but one that performs very much for today and into the future, and hopefully that can continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. That was again helpful. Chris, I think you're going to introduce this item.
Yes, I'll keep this as brief as I possibly can. Members benefited from a site visit yesterday to consider the two main issues at play here when we assess applications to extend domestic properties. The first being an assessment as to the impacts of the developments on the character and appearance of the existing property, and the second being main issue being the impact on the residential amenity of the occupants of adjoining or neighbouring properties. The applicant has eloquently set out the design approach and the key considerations in their address to members. Members will have noted when visiting the site yesterday there's an existing lean-to outshot at the rear of the existing building. It's proposed to increase the height of a section of that part of the building. So the footprint of the building will not change. It's the height of part of that lean-to projection at the rear. Members can see there we've got existing elevation plans and proposed elevation plans. And the proposal is to introduce a flat roofed section which will increase the height of eaves level of that corner of the building. As mentioned by the applicant, the extension is 0.3 metres above permitted development allowances. So it's a relatively modest addition to what would otherwise be a permitted form of development. We're satisfied as officers that the development as proposed doesn't raise any additional amenity concerns or have any significant overbearing or overshadowing effects such that we could justify refusal on such grounds, hence why we're recommending approval of this application. In terms of the appearance, we're happy that it's a suitable addition to the building. You'll note the conservation officer's comments and there's conditions on materials, but we feel that the proposal as presented is acceptable in terms of its appearance and materials that are proposed. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Chris. We're now into questions. Councillor Slack, you have a question.
Well, I was going to do what I did previously. I went to the site yesterday and I was satisfied. It was acceptable to me as it is to Chris, planning officer. So I'd like to move it in, but
we do need to take any questions first, please. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. Just with regard to Mr. Kemp's address, you referred to several photographs that we've not actually had access to. We've only seen what we've seen from his neighbour's garden. And I wondered if they're available, please.
So the photographs and all representations made are available to view on the public file, and members had the benefit yesterday of looking at the impacts for themselves and appreciating that the adjoining property is on higher ground to consider those impacts.
Thank you.
Councillor Buttle.
Mr. Kemp, the next door neighbour, told me that the windows were going to be 3 metres high, or the doors were going to be 3 metres high, and that was about half a metre more than I expected having visited the site. Have I got the wrong end of the stick when it comes to the scale of this thing?
If you can make out on that plot, well, you probably won't. There's 2 steps up to the bifold doors in the rear elevation, but that overall height of the extension is 3.3 metres in height. So the doors are standard height, but you've got the steps up to the doors.
So they're not 3 metres high?
The doors themselves are not 3 metres high.
Right, great. It's just like if the 3 metre window is huge, and looking down, it would be a big thing, but it's not.
Well, it's a matter of assessment and whether you feel that that's an appropriate treatment to that elevation and whether or not it raises unacceptable privacy or amenity impacts. A 3 metre
I'm
high.
just trying to get it right again. Yeah. Okay.
Any further questions? Stuart.
Yeah, going on Neil's comment there, I'd just like to suggest that the normal height is 2.1 metres for a door, not 3 metres.
Thank you. Can we now move into debate? We have a recommendation to approve with conditions. Would anyone like to put forward a proposal? Councillor Slack, did you indicate?
Yeah, I'll move it, Chair.
You're moving the recommendation.
Yeah.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Walker.
Yes, I'm willing to second that motion.
Thank you. Now, contribution from the floor, Councillor Burfoot, I think.
Thank you, Chair. I'm concerned about not concerned about the application, but it's one of those really difficult ones, isn't it? Where we've got an applicant who wants to improve their property, and all credit to them for that. But we've got an application that it will affect the amenity of the occupants of number 33 as set out to us by Mr. Kemp. I would have thought somewhere along the line there would be some kind of solution to this problem, and I'm just wondering whether to propose a deferral. I don't know whether it's possible. I've never suggested this before, that the two, I'm not going to say opposing factions, but that they get together and meet up with the officer to see if they can come to some kind of compromise.
I think you would need to put forward a planning reason for deferral, Sue.
I don't know whether it's a planning reason, but it's a kind of an attempt to try and mitigate what is being proposed in terms of what would be the effect of the neighbouring property.
So
that sounds like a bit of a cop out. It isn't. It's a genuine suggestion.
I would like to second that, actually.
So we have a seconder for Councillor Shelley. This is for a deferral to ask our planning officers to look at an amendment to the scheme which reduces the assumed adverse impact on the neighbouring properties. Is that?
Yeah, that's spot on.
Would someone like to contribute to that debate?
Yeah,
Councillor Hughes.
Chair. Yeah. Can I say that somebody's got a microphone on, I think. Okay. Can we not condition that there is that we provide some sort of planting or treatment to the wall between the two properties to overcome this problem? I mean, a bit of some trellis work or some such thing along the top of the wall might overcome the problem very simply.
That would we have to consider the amendment as put forward. You're suggesting that
I'm suggesting that by conditioning it, we don't need the amendment.
You're suggesting that you feel you may not support the amendment because you think there's an alternative way of proceeding. Yeah. Any further contributions on the amendment, which is a deferment for further consideration?
Yes, Chair. I'd encourage members to support the amendment because I really felt Mr. Kemp, in a very reasoned, very calm way, expressed his view. And ultimately tonight we've had lots of different views, and for me, there was something from his perspective that I think Councillor Now, Burfoot is absolutely right that we try and resolve this in as equitable way as possible.
Councillor Shelley. Sorry, do we have any further contributions in respect of the amendment before we move to a vote on?
I moved it originally, so I'm willing to take the amendment. I don't know if Councillor Walker say second it.
Yes, I'll go along with that.
We now have our proposal of the original motion withdrawing, in fact, his proposal to support the recommendation. Councillor Walker, you supported the original proposal. What's your view on that?
I still support it.
I'm saying still support it, but it's talk about a little panel going on top of a wall, that's all. Wait it.
No, we have an amendment to defer the application. I thought you were saying you would.
No, I don't think it needs deferring.
No, in that case, you need to vote against it then. Right, we'll take all votes, all those in support of the amendment wishes to defer the application to allow the officers to negotiate an amendment to the scheme to mitigate any assumed adverse impacts to the amenities of the neighbours. All those in favour of that amendment, please show. All those against? Any abstentions? I believe that amendment is lost. Am I correct? Yeah, the amendment is lost. We therefore need to.
Chair, can I bring in a second amendment, which is that we condition that the treatment is found to the wall to protect the privacy of the next door neighbour.
Well, you may make a proposal to that effect, not an amendment.
Okay, a proposal that we do that. Would you accept that, Peter? We put a panel. Would you accept?
I thought it was.
Okay.
Sorry, but I don't. No. We wouldn't accept it.
Can we just be clear? What do we have? The amendment was lost, so we now go back to the original proposal. Sorry, David, I was
right. So the original
second
proposal,
amendment.
The original proposal was to approve as officer's recommendation. My proposal is to introduce a condition that a treatment is found for the wall between the two properties to reduce the impact on privacy of the next door neighbour. And I think Roger
I will second that.
Right, so that is in effect a second amendment. Anyone want to speak to that second amendment? Then? No, this is a second amendment. Councillor Lees.
Could we not make it simpler than this and just have an etched glass up to say 1 metre high?
We have to vote. We have a proposal from Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Shelley, which is an amendment to the original proposal as set out by Councillor Hughes.
Chair, I think I'd leave it to officers delegated to officers what was done, and they would do that in conjunction with the two neighbours.
Chris, yes.
Could I just come back briefly on that point? The applicant is able to erect a fence or a means of enclosure up to 2 metres in height on the boundary. In terms of the developments before us, what I don't want to do is introduce, further development that may, impact adversely on the neighbouring property. Even though it might be permitted development, I don't think we should insist on that by condition. In terms of the development and the view that the neighbouring property will have of it, it will be the triangle section of wall. It doesn't extend any further beyond the existing lean-to. It's the bit that projects above the existing eaves level on that site. It's quite a minimal amount of wall. So I'm not sure what it is exactly you want to screen there in terms of that view.
It's just the view from the window into the next door neighbour's garden.
Okay, and you think a boundary wall or height or fence would help, prevent views from the property?
Yes, we have the same problem in our house, in our garden. We have planting in front.
Okay.
Oh,
He's had an idea.
Wait a minute. We have an amended proposal from Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Shelley, which is quite specific. So we need to make progress on that. Does anybody else want to contribute to the debate on that before we take a vote? Right, all those in favour of the amendment put forward by Councillor Hughes, please show. All those against, please show. Any abstentions? Thank you. So that amendment is also lost. So we can return again to the original proposal put forward by Councillor Slack. Forgotten now who seconded it. Who's Councillor Walker? You seconded it, right? Do we have any further amendments on the original proposal? Would anyone like to speak on the proposal?
I'll speak then, Chair. If you want to go down another proposal, that if we have etched glass up to 1 metre high, if anybody's sat down in that room, then in a chair, watching TV or whatever, they will not be able to look down on somebody else's garden. It'll be above the eye line. That would be my suggestion.
So you are suggesting this is an additional condition. Councillor Slack? Councillor Walker? What?
Original one, yeah. Getting complicated.
That is not accepted by the proposer, Stuart, so you can either put it forward as a third amendment. Right, we have a proposal moved and seconded to accept the recommendation to approve the proposal. All those in favour, please show. All those against? And those abstaining. That proposal is carried and the application is therefore approved. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for the quality of the debate until the end. That was admirable performance by everybody. Let's hope we don't repeat it too often. But have a